Right, we're live now. Thank you very much, everybody. Welcome to the last council meeting of this triennium, and hence I'm wearing the bling. I tend to wear it at the start and beginning and end of the triennium. I will ask you to please stand for a minute's silence in reflection of the passing of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. Thank you. Thank you. Please be seated. On behalf of Council, I attended the memorial service in Wellington. I think 40 plus of the mayors were there. I would say it was actually quite moving. In terms of apologies, I think we have everyone here, so I'll move straight on from that item. And we move now into the public forum. I have Paul McLean. Paul, if you'd like to come forward. In terms of public forum, Paul has the opportunity to speak for up to 10 minutes, including question time. Please, councillors, when we get into that question time, please make your questions as succinct as you can, and to give everybody a fair go. Paul, the time is yours. Thank you. Welcome to Chambers.
Good afternoon, Council. I'm Paul McLean, resident ratepayer for Wellington District Council. I have an issue with my property and with the way the rates demand is put together for this property. I purchased the property in November of 2021. In December 2021, I had the property repiled. The property consists of 2 dwellings. The previous owners had bought in a studio flat type thing as a family unit where the parents lived in the back and the kids lived in the front. I purchased it on the same grounds of that's what I wanted to carry on and do with putting my mother in the back and so forth. The front property needed repiling. I had it repiled in December. We had heavy rains over end of December, January to find out that the stormwater was actually coming back in under the house. Towards the end of January, I came down here to council staff in the office out there to lift the files on the property to find out where the services ran, water, sewage, stormwater, to find out that the plans didn't show any stormwater, and they organised a drain layer from your works department to come and have a look at the property. He had a look and advised me that there is no stormwater, there is no stormwater connections. Evidently goes into soak pits or something in the property. So hence the reason I looked at my rates demand to see that I'm getting charged for stormwater. And I naturally asked the question, why am I being charged for stormwater that isn't actually leaving my property? The property is only one title, it's not subdivided, it's not 2 titles, and I think it's a bit of a double dip, what I would call, as far as charging me twice for roading, twice for general, twice for everything, and we get to stormwater and it's only charged once, and I don't even have stormwater. So if everyone was in the situation I was in, they'd probably feel the same way as I did, that I'm not happy about it. And I would like council to have a look at what can be done with this. That's basically my case.
Thank you, Paul. Are you happy to take questions from council?
Yes, certainly.
questions? Councillor Belsham first.
Thanks, Paul, for coming along. Just a question around the stormwater. Do you have the ability to connect to a stormwater outlet? So normally properties will have one stormwater outlet onto the front gutter.
No, because the
You don't have
property's
ability.
below the road.
Sorry?
The property's below the road, so water can't run uphill. If you know what I mean.
So what's your address? Sorry, am I allowed to ask that?
28 Nahina Street.
Thank you.
Further questions from councillors? Councillor Wilson.
Thanks, Paul. Just getting my head around this a wee bit. So you've got two separate rate demands on the property, is that correct? And you said you were being charged twice for these. Is there one rate demand on the property, or is there two?
I get one rate demand,
Yeah.
but everything is charged twice, except for stormwater.
Okay, so it's one property with two dwellings on it,
Yeah.
effectively. Okay, right, thanks.
So it's not a subdivided property where you'd get a rate demand for each.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Further questions from councillors? Well, from me, I have been to the property, and thank you, I understand the issues. Has anybody explained to you from council staff around the rules around separately inhabited occupant, the definition of what a house is, basically? And you're questioning that definition.
I have no issue with being charged twice for connections, whether it be a toilet, a shower, or something like that. I have no issues with that.
Yeah.
As I'm saying, it's just one property. It's not subdivided. If I was to subdivide, council would require me to put separate services into the back property, so it had its own title and its own boundaries. I only have one set of services coming into the property, one water line, one power line, one crossover, one sewer. Yet I'm getting charged twice for general roading, everything like that. I think that's a little bit unfair.
If I go to, for instance, a number of farms that are on one property that may have several houses within the farm, would they be in your same situation?
Well, I'm not au fait with rural settings. I'm looking at my scenario.
Yeah.
As I say, everything doesn't fit in a box. There are things that fall outside a box. Everything's not black and white. There are grey areas, and I think this is a real grey area.
Thank you. So the solution you're wanting is for council to go back and look at the definitions around this and with regard to your particular problem.
Yes.
Are there any further questions? Councillor Carter.
Did you have a LIMS report done before purchase?
No, I did not. As I said, I was under the impression from the previous owners that there was stormwater with the property or the unit that was put at the back when they applied for permits off council to put that there, and council signing it off as being compliant, that all of that would have been in place. The stormwater, the sewerage and all of that would have been as part of the permit for the property.
Have you heard of sealed stormwater systems which make water go uphill?
Yeah, but you're saying this, to do that is all at my cost.
But we don't have the avenue here today of questioning staff around this. The question of the Councillor Gordon.
Thank you, Worship. Look, is it possible that your stormwater can be routed across another property? Because it obviously goes somewhere currently, it obviously goes downhill. And where does that end up? Does that end up creating a bigger problem next door, or is it going into rural?
As far as I'm aware, the soak pit for the property is in the middle of the property between the two dwellings. So it's going into the ground, you know, so how do soak pits work?
Councillor Ash.
Yeah, sorry, can I just get some clarity? Have you got an issue with your stormwater actually not working, or are you're here for the rates to be clarified?
But,
So you do have an issue with the stormwater pooling in the property?
yeah, well, you know, as I said, I've gone to the expense of repiling the property, and like anyone else in this room that owns a property, and you're spending money on doing a property up, to find out that your stormwater actually isn't leaving the property, it's going back under your house again, that you've just spent a fortune repiling is a little bit disheartening.
Thank you.
Okay, any further questions? Well, Paul, thank you very much. We have an obligation to be able to respond to the public forum. That will need to be done largely through staff, and the staff will need to advise council as to what the situation is. Thank you very much for your time. You put your case very well. And somebody will get back to you. Unfortunately, it is right at the end of the triennium, so whether or not you'll be responded to by a different council after, who knows.
Thank you for that.
But thank you, you've conducted yourself very well.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome to stay if you wish. That's your call. Probably evidence tells us it's not on everybody's hit list to spend a huge amount of time with council. I'll call formally item 4 for conflicts of interest. Any signalled at this stage, you can raise them at any stage. Councillor Duncan.
I believe with the Erewhon water scheme coming up later on.
Okay, thank you. And can you just remind me when we get to that stage? The confirmation of order of business. Sorry, Councillor Hiro.
The discussion around Te Raupuahi car.
Thank you. Any further conflicts? No, thank you. In terms of confirmation of order of business, it is as it stands in the order paper as far as I'm aware, staff. Thank you. Move to the confirmation of minutes. I think we start on pages 7, looking for alterations, corrections. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Councillor Dalgety.
It's just a clarification, please.
Which page?
Page 16, under the Bulls Bus Lane in Town Square. The Mayor has advised that the cost of the building was 8.3, and then the total cost of the project, 8.3 for the total cost of the project. Can I just clarify, did that include the $1 million, which was the cost of the Bulls Bus Lane in Town Square, or not?
Are you asking me, or do you want the Chief Executive to reply? I can if you wish. Do you want me to, or you?
Oh, you're called Bruce.
So my understanding, first of all, when you say the cost of the building, and you corrected yourself, the cost of the building wasn't 8 million, it was about 5.65 in total.
It's like 4.65.
Yeah, that was the budget that we set aside it. That figure went from 3.6 to 4.6, and then we accepted contracts slightly above that. So the total project cost we're talking about, and my understanding was that it included a significant proportion of the bus lane and roadworks, and included allocations for artwork, etc. But I stand to be corrected.
I think, if I may, Your Worship, the point I believe you were making in this section is that you had noted a recent publication that you had seen had incorrectly stated that the cost of the building was 8.3 million. And the point of this intervention was that you were saying that 8.3 was in fact incorrect. So if I could answer, have I understood that correctly?
Yes.
So to answer further the questions from Councillor Dalgety, the Bulls Bus Lane and Town Square were separate projects and reported and budgeted separately to the Te Matapihi build. Have you got anything else to add to that?
That's correct, yeah, they are separate assets and they have separate buckets of expenditure. Yeah.
So can I infer from that, it's for the total project down there is 8.3 plus.
So the point of His Worship.
Can I get the amount that the Bulls project has cost us?
I don't have it on me right now, Councillor, Your Worship.
Certainly.
I don't have that with me right now, but 8.3 was simply a comment that His Worship had heard in the community or had read somewhere, and he brought it to the attention of council that this was wrong. 8.3 is not a correct number.
Okay, so I prior to this meeting asked for send that question through. At what stage do I expect to get an answer of what that total cost is?
I'm sorry, that's not my understanding of the question.
Okay, that's what I'm wanting to know.
So what you're saying is you sent the question through to
Prior to this meeting, yeah.
to staff
To me yesterday.
asking for.
Just want
a
to know,
breakdown of
I've got clear in my own mind, what was the total cost of the project at Te Matapihi? And then a clarification, does that include the Bulls Bus Lane and Town Square? I understand that will be separate, but I just would like to know that number.
I can,
But if you are able to provide a very clear, concise answer now, I'll take it now.
The question I've received, Your Worship, is I assume the $8.3 million project cost doesn't include the $1 million cost of Bulls Bus Lane and Town Square. And staff's response to that is firstly 8.3 million, and apparent in this question has been taken out of context. So I hope I've clarified that. The question, which doesn't include the cost of the Bulls Bus Lane and Town Square, I believe that's been answered. If there is a new question, which is what was the total cost of Te Matapihi build, I'm happy to take that away, but I don't have that in my fingertips right now.
Okay, thank you. No, that would be
I
great.
think there comes an action of this that the
Thank
Chief
you.
Executive will pick up, that we will produce a report that says, here is the total project cost and exactly what was included in that total project cost.
Much appreciated.
And if the some of the bus lane work was separate to that, then that will be identified as well.
Thank you.
As an undertaking, Your Worship, if I may.
Certainly, I thought I illustrated it.
And we just move on.
Yeah.
Just make sure, Councillor, you're happy with the undertaking that's written.
Thank you.
While they're doing that, Councillor Rakawa, do you have a question?
Page 17?
Can I just wait to deal with this one? I don't think that covers it.
Yeah.
In Town Square. Costs.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll move now, Councillor Rakawa, page 17.
Yes, 13.1 is a recommendation from the Ratana Community Board, and yet it says here that the council approves the below recommendation from the Bulls Community Committee. Is that a typo?
Proper fish correction, thank you very much. Moving to pages 18, 19. Thank you very much. Would somebody like to so move? Thank you. Councillor Lambert moving, seconded Councillor Rakawa. Those in favour?
Aye.
Those against, carried. Thank you. Moving to item number 7, which is the follow-up actions from previous council meetings. But while we're on that, this is a report that's been produced by Ash Agastang. Ash, this is your last meeting with council as an officer of council. I would like to congratulate you. You've been the principal one in terms of supporting us and the silent keyboards over there. Council would like to acknowledge the work that you have done for council.
Well, thank you very much.
And we wish you well, even though you may have crossed to the opposition or dark side or whatever. Cheers. Thank you.
Thank you.
You wish to say anything? But in terms of who's taking us through this item? Follow-up actions, please.
Yes, I can do that, Your Worship. It's really, there's a whole raft of actions here, so most of us in the room should be able to answer any questions that you have, so happy to take it as well.
So I'm looking for questions on page 21, items 1 through to 7. Give you a minute. No. 8 through to 18. Councillor Carter. Councillor
16.
Carter first.
16, regarding signage for Tamapihi. This being toilets and whatnot. Should council also look at the fact of relocating the civil defence signage as well?
Are you asking me or are you asking staff?
I can ask staff if you so wish. The signage present for the civil defence is at a school, which council no longer use. They use the council buildings. And there is no such signage at the Tamapihi, which would be the area for civil defence assembling. Should this not be looked at the same time as looking at this signage for the toilets and stuff?
But our staff, does that require a designation change in any of the civil defence documentation apart from signage? The point I'm making here is if it is listed as one thing in one set of documents and the signage contradicts that, is it a wider issue than that?
We have to refer to the response plans and the community response plans.
Can you come forward so the microphones can pick you up, please?
So to answer that question, we'd have to have a look at the community response plan for bulls. I don't have that in front of me, and I'm from the top of my head, I'm not aware of what the designation is.
Could we take it as an undertaking for staff to look at that issue and signage at the same time? Is there any problem with that?
No, Your Worship, I think this point is referring to staff working with the Bulls Community Committee, and I'm happy to take that as a wider for any improvement that's could be made. So happy to include it. Presumably, if the Bulls Community Committee so endorse. I can't imagine they wouldn't.
No, look, it's a recommendation to us. We can build on the recommendation. That's no problem at all. So I think we can take that as an action that comes out of that. Thank you. Councillor Lambert, you had...
Mine was actually item 31 and I got a bit trigger happy.
Well, we'll get to that shortly.
Right, yeah.
Anything further on 8 through to 18? One of the actions from me was to raise the awareness within government circles around the poaching that is going on by staff. I've done that. Looking for items between 19 and 28.
We're looking at Ash for that particular last comment you said, Your Worship.
Yeah. No. Now now's your chance to
Right,
rock and
yes.
roll.
Okay, good. No, it's just the access into the Huntable Town Hall. I see the report was due to be completed by October. I was just wondering if that's still on track.
I can reply to that through you, Your Worship. Yes, it is still on track. We have not had any notification from the contractor that there's a problem, so we would expect that to be delivered in October.
Thank you. Anything further? There'll be a recommendation for that. Would somebody like to receive the report? Thank you, Councillor Belch and Councillor Gordon. Those in favour? Those against? Carried. Thank you very much. We now move on to once in a triennium, you get the right for those members that are leaving, and only those are leaving under their own accord, to give a valedictory speech. I'd take these in alphabetical order, perhaps. You have 10 minutes. How you use that 10 minutes is up to you, unless you go criticising staff. Other than that, you're reasonably free. Councillor Ash, do you wish to use any of that time?
Can I be number 2? Because that's what's on here.
It is listed, is it? Right, we'll go follow the list then. Councillor Bilsham.
I might just turn the camera around if you're happy with that this time.
Yes,
Happy with that. I'd rather see my face than a bald spot on there. Very kind of you to think in that way.
Okay.
Thank you. So I've put a few notes together about the period of time that I've had on council, 3 terms, so 9 years, and I will read that out. So when I first got elected onto council in October 2013, I was very keen to see what I thought were dumb decisions being made, changed to be more reflective of the business community that I was a part of. And I also wanted to represent the community and be their voice at the table. What I quickly learned was that you were a group of 12 people, all with differing perspectives, but all with the same wants. All of us were there for the betterment of our communities and our district. And I also realised that if you wanted to get a decision across the line, you had to be able to convince the majority of your counterparts that it truly was in the best interests of the district. Over the 9 years, we've had 22 different faces sitting around this table representing our district. And I have to say, each and every one of them have been truly passionate about their communities and the people that they stood for. We've been very fortunate to have a very diverse group of people, and they've been prepared to get into some vigorous debates, but still remained absolutely respectful of the decisions that were achieved at the end of those. I've made a number of good friendships and alliances amongst my fellow councillors over this period, and I can honestly say that it has been a true privilege to work alongside each and every one of you to deliver outcomes for the betterment of our district. Throughout my time here, I've had interactions with a large number of council staff. I would like to state here today that the people of the Rangitikei can have absolute confidence that each and every staff member of the Rangitikei District Council have always had the ratepayers and communities at the forefront of their minds when carrying out their duties. They always put in 110% effort and are striving to make our communities a better place to live. Thank you all for making my time on council an enjoyable and rewarding experience. To the staff, thank you. Peter, we absolutely made the right decision when council employed you in 2019 to lead this organisation into an exciting new period. The experience and knowledge that you have brought to us from outside of the local government sector has given the staff a true ownership and passion about what they do in their respective areas. This ultimately reflects from within council back out into our communities, and that's all occurred in a very short, relatively short time frame. Whilst it was a very brave decision to employ a CE with little local government knowledge, I am extremely proud that we took that bold step and hope that your vision continues to flow through the organisation into the future. Mayor Andy, it is my belief that we have never had a mayor as passionate and focused about the people of our district anywhere near the level that you are. It doesn't matter what walk of life those people have had or where they fit into the community. You have always listened to their concerns and, where possible, found a way to achieve an outcome for them. I have thoroughly appreciated all of the opportunities that you have afforded to me, be that chairing committees, running the CE recruitment process, taking on professional development opportunities, the list goes on. I have benefited immensely from those experiences, and I can only hope that I've done those roles justice on behalf of the district. Although sending me out to speak with the protesters before a council meeting was not something quite on my bucket list. Finally, I would like to say a huge thank you to the voting public, who hopefully some are online watching, for your support that you've given me at each election. It has been truly humbling, and I've been honoured to represent you all as your voice on council. Thank you.
I'll make a comment collectively at the end of this as part of my mayor's report. Councillor Ash.
I must admit, I love your homework that you've done there. I didn't know there'd been 22 people sitting around the table, Nigel. Well done. I'd just like to start with Almighty God. As members of the Rangitikei District Council, we give thanks for all of the good things of our district and the advantages we enjoy. We pray that you'll give us wisdom and guidance as we conduct the affairs of this meeting. We pray for all the communities in the district we represent. Help us to be fair and honest in our discussions, and help us to work together in unity for the welfare of all your people. Amen. It's been an honour and a privilege to represent the Rangitikei for the past 9 years, and it's been those words which has inspired me, fired me up, and encouraged me to genuinely lead with my heart. I feel I was able to truly represent the voice of the community from one end of the district to the other, from rural to towns. I held portfolios that meant so much to me, from engagement with the Pacifica community, the youth community, and the environmental protection portfolio. From the time I arrived in the district in 2011, I've seen immense change within the district. We have come such a long way in growth, social cohesion, and joy. I've enjoyed these years of great relationships and huge learnings, and we've been blessed to have incredibly amicable council meetings, despite our robust conversations across the table at times. And for that, I'd like to thank and honour each one of you that I've worked with, from the mayor, councillors and staff, so thank you. I came into council full of hope, ideas and inspiration, wanting to change the world, determined to live the change that I wanted to see in the world. And it's all about authenticity, kindness, compassion, joy, diversity and truth. But nothing stays the same, and with COVID came some incredibly hard shifts. I saw a council that was not only willing, and this was a bit hard for me, was not only willing to endorse isolation and exclusion on members of the community, but to enforce it and to make ratepayers pay for it, all unbudgeted spend. I wonder if we'll ever know what the full cost of COVID was on our community, the extra cost burden to ratepayers, the social division it has created, and the businesses that have been irreversibly damaged. Now, I know well that as councillors, we cannot get involved in operations, so even when we see something that we don't feel right with, it's hard to speak up, and we can't obviously be seen stepping into operations. But I've asked this before and I'll ask it again. What happens when that is opening our ratepayers to any amount of liability. If any member of council or community are harmed, whether physically or socially, because they're coerced into having an injection, will there be a liability for ratepayers to have to pick up? To date, I've not heard any response that allows me peace of mind. This is yet to be truly tested in law, and I do wonder how we'll fare if this ever is. Furthermore, what does enforcing these measures on members of our community say about each one of us as members of the human race? So it has been a tough time for me, the COVID thing, getting my head around that. I feel uncomfortable when I feel we haven't been using our critical thinking enough, instead just responding that we're just following government guidance, and I would have liked to have more in-depth conversations about that. And so I do feel that without those conversations, we have just rolled over for government and enforced potentially dangerous practices because some ambiguous, ever-changing guidance from on high. I've strongly disagreed with the mandates from day one. I've listened as elected members and staff malign people that wish to maintain their own physical integrity. And then I listened to members of the community that were struggling with their exclusions. And we did that to them. And we continue to propel the narrative. So this, and I make no apologies for it. This is something I have struggled with. I really, truly have. I've spoken to so many people in the community and seen their struggles with it. And I feel we have contributed to that. So people should always be able to interpret their own health risks and act accordingly. We're now learning that the injection can actually harm people and can seriously affect our own immune systems. We rolled over, I feel we rolled over at the expense of well-being of our community without having any real consideration for members of the community. We saw measures enacted by government and our council that have destroyed lives, destroyed family connections and destroyed industries, and it completely annihilated the economy. Yet this council not only endorsed that, but enforced it at the cost of the unsuspecting ratepayer. Where was our inclusivity, our kindness, our integrity, or our critical thinking? So sorry, that might have been a little bit hard, but there we go. Free Waters, this hasn't sat well with me either. From day one, I don't believe the numbers stack up, the process didn't stack up, and I truly feel that we've sold ourselves by accepting the money. For me, this is about principles. We all know there's not a single council in the country that doesn't believe that we can do better with our waters, but I don't believe that what we've been presented will do it. There's better solutions, and we've rolled over for the government, so where's our fight? We're local government, we're here for the local people. Yet again, we've rolled over for a few pieces of silver. There are much better solutions. We all agree our free water infrastructure is in need of renewing, but that doesn't mean we should sell our community out for that. And then on to rates. Due to all manner of things, and not least COVID, our community members are hurting. And while we would all love to have new shiny things, maybe now is not the time. I well remember a conversation with a colleague, a very wise colleague, telling me about people on fixed incomes, how they would struggle to pay for recycling if we were to bring that in. I listened to that conversation and I've taken those words on board. At the time I was very pro recycling, and now I am absolutely pro people being able to afford their rates. I continue to be connected to the community strongly from one end of the district to the other, and I hear people are hurting. So I want for us to really step into that space and understand where our community members are coming from. And I hope your pencils are really sharp. So on that note, I'd just like to finish. Almighty God, as members of the Rangitikei District Council, we give thanks for all the good things of our district and the advantages we enjoy. We pray that you'll give us the wisdom and the guidance as we conduct the affairs of this meeting. And we pray for all of the communities in the district we represent. Help us to be fair and honest in our discussions, and help us to work together in unity for the welfare of all your people. Amen. And I have really enjoyed being here, and I'm sorry if that was hard. I'm not sorry if that was hard to, if that's going to have me kicked out of the council chambers, but there you go. I'm still me. Thank you. Thanks.
I'll try and keep this brief. I was trying to think what, profound things I could possibly say that marked this last speech, I guess you could call it. But I feel that, over the last 3 years, whatever I've needed to say, I've said. And the number one thing out of what I've said has been the vision that Ratana brought for our people, and especially for this district. But in terms of speaking to the relationships in this room, it's impossible. The way that each of you have impacted me over the last 3 years cannot be put into words, as eloquent as I may be at times. The reality is that I have seen a council face immense difficulty, unprecedented change, internal struggle, and get through it with grace, with dignity, with a degree of leadership that, as I asked, I think at that very first workshop that we had in Palmerston North, the call was for unity. And I've seen amazing unity within this room, within this council. I've seen the staff step up and bring such clarity to the roles and responsibilities that they have, the roles and responsibilities that we have as elected members. And my hope is that the newly elected council and the ones that follow will understand that when you are an elected member, your role is not as an administrator alone. Your role is as a leader. And to lead, you must have a vision. And I hope that the deliberations that have laid on this table over the last 3 years have formulated a vision for this district that will set a tone for the powerful changes that are happening globally. There are things that are so far out of our control. We can point the finger and blame other people for what they should have done, would have done, could have done. But if we're not sitting in their seat, understanding the complexities of the age in which we live, it is unfair. We look at things and look at the complications that are affecting individuals without understanding the complexity that is affecting a nation. And our nation has a lot to be proud of. We stand on an international stage and other leaders look up to us. They may not agree with how we do things, but they know that New Zealand, Aotearoa, acts with principle, acts with integrity, and acts with unity. The relationship between Māori and Pākehā in this land itself is an example to other nations that struggle with colonization. I affirm and state clearly, I do not believe we have racism of malice in this land. We have racism of ignorance. And councils like this chip away at the foundations of that racism of ignorance. With efforts like Te Ropuahi Ka, with the po that you establish as the purpose, all these things remove those veils of misunderstanding and disinformation. And I have been honoured and privileged, as has been mentioned, to serve with each and every one of you. And I praise those who are continuing to carry this mantle, to walk in this pathway of service. But I do want you to understand that you are part of a greater change. There is a revolution happening in our country, in our world, and those who can see it will be a part of it and at the cutting edge of it. Those who can't see it will bury their heads in the sand and hope that it passes. Be the ones who stand on the mountaintop and see the promised land. Kia ora tātou.
Councillor Gordon.
Lucky last. My journey into this room started 5 terms ago. Actually, I'm just going to have to take a deep breath. It was February. I'd been drafting sheep, and I got a tap on the shoulder to say, "Hey Angus, there's this community meeting taking place. We think you'd be good. Come on into the room." It starts at 5:30. As I've been drafting sheep and the day hadn't gone particularly well, I walked in at about 5:45 in a pair of shorts and boots, smelling like I'd been in the sheep yards because that's where I had been. And the whole room looked up and one lady said, "You're late." She was actually a councillor, and I said, "Yes, I am late. I have a real job. You should consider getting one day." I don't think she ever forgave me. Anyway, in the room, there was all sorts of stuff going on, and there was an order paper. It was rather like this. I'm just going to borrow Warriors. It was full of information. For those who know me, I'm an information junkie. I was almost hooked immediately. As after a couple of meetings, you know, I got the feel of what local government was meant to be, or what it was trying to be. There were a whole lot of really well-meaning people in the room, and this is Taibi Community Board I'm talking about. It's interesting, I looked back on our workshop that we had on Tuesday, and there was this little take-home message about the osmotic line in the sand, you know, where information passes both ways, but the hands can't pass both ways. I thought, and I've been thinking about it ever since, I think that the information that passes both ways through this osmotic barrier is really the fuel that fuels our democracy. It's the fuel that fuels the minds of our current board members, our current councillors, and the future ones. If there's something that we've witnessed in the last 3 years, information vacuums fuel conspiracy. There's nothing surer. You know, if you keep people in the dark and treat them like mushrooms, guess what you're going to get? And not all mushrooms are tasty, some of them are quite toxic. So we want to actually flood the world with the good stuff and drown out the bad stuff. If there's one brickbat I've got to give out, and I'll give it out now, I think the place where I learnt my local government, where I cut my local government teeth, which is the Taibi Community Board, and for those of you, you may have well cut your teeth in the local community committee, I think they're being really badly serviced. I look at next week's community board paper, and it's almost insulting. There is more information in that paper from Don Cameron, the Mayor of Ruhupēhī District, and our own Mayor, than there is in the rest of the order paper. It's so scant. There's half a dozen items in today's order paper for this meeting that could be simply cut and pasted as information items to keep those people informed. And it's all information about that community, our northern ward, and the Taibi community itself. I think we must do better. We have to do better, and actually we can do better. We've got more staff than we've ever had in this organisation, and yet the information flow is getting worse. That's really sad, but I don't think it's irreparable. So there's my brickbat. Now the bouquets. When I first joined the council 3 terms ago, we were essentially a district that believed that it couldn't. We couldn't employ people, we couldn't run contracts, we couldn't grow, we were always going to be subservient to our neighbours. In fact, you know, waiting for the day that we got absorbed by a neighbour was only a matter of time. Now we're a district that believes it can. In fact, I think what I've witnessed is we're actually starting to think like a district. When I joined this organisation, or even the community board, I thought on a regional basis. I didn't even think about Rangitikei district, apart from that's where I paid the rates bill. I was part of the Manawatu-Wanganui region, and actually the lower North Island, if I thought in a forestry space, and I was thinking in sheep farming or part of the New Zealand meat export industry. We're actually starting to attract back talent We used to spend a lot of time and money training people, and then they used to leave. My bouquet to people, to Peter and the ELT, you're getting back the talent that you've trained. Well done. I've seen it happen this term. That's really great. We're actually servicing our communities from the inside out, not the outside in. Some of you might remember that we used to contract out all our parks and reserves maintenance. And I remember 4 terms ago, there was a classic incident on Memorial Park in Taihape where the maintenance contractor, who was part of a big outside organisation, came to spray the weeds and he mixed up his chemicals. The sad part, or actually the most humorous part, is half the nozzles were blocked. So we only had dead stripes on the paddock, not the whole paddock. No, that's the sort of stuff we used to get. Now we've got a team in-house who love that job, love that park. It's a real credit to our operational team. The skills that I've learnt in this room are equally valid outside this space. You know, the standing orders are really, really important. Conflicts of interest, those protocols. So many of you probably know I spent a little bit of time batting for the small players in the forest levy space. That is a space that has an order paper much like ours where they declare conflicts of interest and then throw the declaration clean out the window and get stuck in because they've got millions of dollars at stake and they're quite prepared to ride roughshod over what they've just done and what they've just said. I found it coming from this world, which is rather purist, really, really interesting. So the skills I learned in this room gave me the strength to stand up and call out some of those conflicts. Now, I'll tell you what, it doesn't always win your friends, and it doesn't always make for a very harmonious meeting. In fact, when you come up against some of the bull elephants of that world, they don't like you very much for saying so. But it actually gives you enough integrity to say, hey, enough's enough. Here's the line in the sand. I believe you're going over it. You leave it there. Whether or not they leave it there is up to them. The challenges going forward, I think that we have a challenge with our democratic pool of talent. I look in this room and most of us have come up through a community board or committee. I hope that the community committees and boards that are out there after this next election will be equally well equipped. But we have one committee that isn't functioning at the moment. You know, as a plus to the Taihape board, for the first time, they've got a full number of people to fill the seats. I got shoulder tapped to fill a gap. And that has happened almost every year up until now. But I think we need to feed that democratic talent pool, not only in the committees, but also out there in the broader community. We have all sorts of external challenges coming at us. My colleague Kath has actually commented on some of them. We all know what they are. Central government is not always our friend, but there's also other challenges. Climate is one of them. It's a biggie. For our district, that's going to be huge. I'm going to share with you, on Saturday, I went from Taihape to Fielding and back on a train. The first time I'd sat in a train in this part of the world in many years. The train track follows the road. You wouldn't believe how different our district looks by just shifting a few metres one way or the other and using a different mode of transport. But I actually wonder how different our district would look if we looked at it through someone else's eyes, through someone else's lens. We do tend to get groupthink because we are together so much and we debate many of the same topics together. I've actually thought, and I actually meant during my time here, to go and sit in someone else's council meeting. I would encourage the mayor, whoever that mayor is, and future councillors to go and sit in the back of someone else's council meeting and see how they do it. We only know what we know. We only know the inside of this room and the processes we know. I've only served under one mayor, 2 chief executives. That's a fairly small, bite of democracy in New Zealand. I think, I've talked about information sharing. The thank yous. I'd like to really thank the people that have been in the room with me for the last 3 terms here and 2 terms in community board as well, but prior to that, and the mayor, and the mayors, plural. You're a great bunch of people. We're all here for the same reason, to actually get our district heading in the right direction, to help our people, to make sure that the services we provide are, on time and on budget and all that stuff. I really, really enjoy the team approach. In my day job, I'm a farmer. So my team is 2 dogs and a quad bike, or 3 dogs if the other one decides to turn up. I really enjoy this team approach, you know, going from an insular world into a team world is great. Information sharing is me. Talking about it is definitely me. I talk far too much, as you all will have noticed. The great thing is we actually do try to leave our baggage outside the door. That's fantastic. And it doesn't matter what the issue is, we've got to keep on doing that. We also think and act in a district-wide framework. That's so important. I mean, it was Andy that sort of hammered that at us 3 years ago when he became mayor. But actually, think about where I came from up in the north. There still is a bit of an us and them. There still is. And we've just got to continue to break that down. I see the work that Te Rupiahi Kaa is doing is really, really important in that space. You know, we've got all our hapu thinking together as a group, but they're not all the same, and that's fine. You know, we've just got to get all the rest of us in that space as well. Despite my training, you know, in the heady and academic world of engineering, I've really, really enjoyed the world of policy. You know, it's a pretty big picture, but you sort of set the framework and then you let the machinery do its thing. In fact, I might even be starting to get it. That's fine. I'd like to share with you one really funny thing that happened. Very early in my training, or in my second or third meeting in the Taibi Community Board, things hadn't gone very well. We had a chair who liked talking a lot, didn't really run meetings to time. In fact, I think one meeting had got completely away. And so we were sitting in the meeting and this lady wandered into the meeting a little bit late with another bloke trotting along behind her. And partway through the meeting, she stood up and started tearing a strip off the chair. And I thought, I wonder who this is. But it was pretty entertaining. It was actually quite good stuff. There was going to be blood on the floor. Partway through this lady's sort of, it wasn't a valedictory, it was a full-on onslaught. There's this little guy in the corner who wore a shirt and tie with a cardigan over the top said, "Excuse me, madam," in a very quiet voice. He was actually doing his impersonation of Sir Humphrey Appleby, if you know, from Yes Minister. He said, "Excuse me, madam, under the Local Government Act, section 6.3, part 1.1a, ... the chair is quite entitled to run his meeting in the manner in which he sees fit. And given that the standing orders of the day quote," and he quoted that section line in this, "he is still entitled to do what he's doing." It was fantastic. The lady who jumped up like a fire-breathing dragon was cut off at the knees and sat down. She didn't know what to say. She was actually speechless. And she didn't say another word for the rest of the meeting. It was about the osmotic line. We got reminded about it on Tuesday, you know, mayors who want to be CEs and CEs who want to be mayors. That was actually the chief executive of the day wanting to be the chair of the Taipi Community Board. I mean, I'm very glad that she did, but, you know, it was fascinating to watch what happened, but it was all about using process, all about standing orders, all about using the rules. So, without any further ado, I'd like to say thank you. I've really enjoyed my time here. You'll probably see me back in the room, but not wearing a shirt and tie. It'll probably be as a submitter to one of our plans. I'd like to say good luck with everything that's coming up. And I wish I was here to sign off on the spatial plan, but I won't be. But I promise to put in a submission. So it's over and out from me. Thank you.
Before we formally receive these valedictory speeches, and if you do wish to put them in writing back to us, that is your right. It's not my role in the order paper to individually comment on each one of you, nor on comments for all of the councillors, except to say thank you. You can be, there's more than 35 years of local government experience in the room, and each one of you can be justifiably proud of your role within that space. It has been a pleasure to work with you people, and I'll be in a position where I can make probably some further personal comments when we've gone through the formal process and this evening. But I have to sort of leave it there at the moment. can individually respond to each one of you. Thank you very much for your time serving this council. Can we collectively come forward, please? In terms of the formal process, would somebody like to move the receipt of the valedictory? Councillor Wilson, Councillor Duncan. Those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? Carried. Thank you very much. We now move on to the mayoral report. I will be taking the mayoral report as read and the appointments that I've been through. But there are a couple of things I'd like to highlight. For instance, in the mayoral report, 3/4 of the way down through page 1, I talk about the gold stars. So the gold stars are a recognition of 25 years of service to volunteer fire brigades. And we have a number of them within our district. But I would like to personally recognise Councillor Brian Carter, got a gold star. On what day was it, Councillor Carter?
A couple of weeks back.
So not only is he serving council, but he has been the fire chief for Bulls and has been recognised for 25 years of service. I'd just like you to applaud that for a second.
You're up to correct you there.
Sorry.
50.
Yeah, sorry, double gold star.
Double gold star.
Double gold star.
50 years.
50 years of service. Yeah. Sorry, my apologies.
My goodness, how old are you? Didn't think you'd be old.
I mean, it's quite a feat, isn't it? And I'll go to Gold Star Awards quite often. Sorry, I was thinking of the period of the Gold Star. I'll go to Gold Star Awards, and I was at one in Taihape the other night. And you suddenly find of the serving firemen, volunteer firemen that were in the room, they were totaling something like nearly 300 years of service. I just find that mind-blowing. A couple of other things in the report. There's a meeting I attended with Waka Kotahi's board, one of six mayors there. I can say that I think there's been a turning point. There's been a lot of concern over the state of not only the national roads, but local road maintenance. And there was an opportunity for those 6 mayors to be able to talk with Waka Kotahi, which is the old NZTA or Transit or whatever you want to remember them as, around those sorts of issues. And the turning point is that Waka Kotahi was saying, we welcome a more regular conversation with you. So that was pivotal. I've given my farewell as fully as I can to councillors in terms of their valedictory speeches. But for those standing for elections, I would wish you incredibly well. I obviously can't go much further than that. But all of you as councillors, whether you are departing now or intending standing, you have served this district amazingly well. It's been a pleasure to be associated with you, and I hope that a number of you return to your positions. But I'll take the Mayor's report as read and the pages of meetings, and I will take any questions with that. And I will be speaking to the 2 recommendations at the end of that. Any questions from that? Councillor Wilson.
Moving recommendation 1.
Happy. Seconded, Councillor Dalgetty. Those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? Carried. There is a second recommendation that Council agrees or does not agree to contribute the sum of $3,500 towards the application to government agencies to fund the bulk of the North Island Regional Passenger Rail indicative business case, noting that this would be an unbudgeted expense. I am happy to move, so it's first of all on the table. Do you wishing to second? So Councillor Duncan is seconding. Take any any questions around it or anybody that wishes to speak to it. So it is attached under the appendix on page 30, the Ruapehu District Council request. Remember, this is the application, the joint applications from many councils around the business case. Thank you, Councillor Lambert.
Just to say that I support it.
We've had 2 speakers for. Councillor
Also supporting.
We've had 3 for. Are there any speakers against? All right, I'll put it to the vote. I don't need to write a reply. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? Motion is carried. Thank you very much. And quickly, there weren't any further questions in my report? No. Move on to the Chief Executive's report, page 33 in your agenda, and I'll pass over to our Chief Executive, Peter Best. Peter.
Thank you, Your Worship. I might just take this paper page by page and ask for any comments. There are some pages that I will have some more detail on. So if I may, Your Worship, ask for any questions or comment on page 33, which is items 1 to 6.
Give you a minute, Councillor. No?
Following page. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul.
Following page is items 7 to 9. On item 9, Carol, can you state that, please?
Thank you. Can you please all just ignore that section 9? When I was doing a final formatting of this on Friday, this was supposed to be removed as it was replaced with more context further down, and I just forgot to delete that, all of section 9, so just ignore it.
We have to do that formally, please, to remove it from the
Sorry, can I have clarification of exactly what we're ignoring?
Section 9, it's got Freedom Camping Transition Fund, but it's actually covered off further down in the agenda.
So I'm happy to remove, thank you, Councillor Gordon, you've got that just seconded by, thank you, Councillor Dalgety. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? So it's just a formal process to make sure that it aligns with the order paper.
Your Worship, I might pause if you don't mind, just to allow staff to catch up with that resolution. Is that okay? While that's being done, I might just refer to point 8, which was the intervention I had earlier regarding the events strategy and sponsorship, and how staff are working on that. And had some of the complexities in the Finance and Performance Committee this morning that we hope to help alleviate and bring that to future council for approval.
Thank you. In terms of item 7, the LTP amendment or annual plan 2023-24, and I agree that the initial advice from officers is that it should be planned to do an annual plan as normal. However, it is possible that if there was very significant changes adopted, then we could be forced into a long-term plan consideration. And that is about levels of service that would determine that, or a significant rating impact. For instance, if you decided to go and spend $20 or $30 million more than that's sitting in the LTP, that could well trigger, in my opinion, an LTP type process, or certainly a special consultative process. Councillor Duncan.
Not on that subject, if anyone wants, is that subject finished?
Not on that subject, it's fine, unless somebody else wants to raise it.
I just want to go back to 6, because it strikes me that there's a performance score of 93.5% effective website, and this really strikes me as being fantastic. I'd like to say well done, because that's getting more and more a place of the council. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dalgety.
Back to item 7, please.
Certainly.
And the long-term plan. I'd just like to take the opportunity to publicly acknowledge the training we received on Tuesday from Equip around the line, the management versus governance line. But more particularly, I mean, our facilitator was, you might describe him as a doctor of strategy, and he was really, really impressed with the quality of our LTB document in terms of vision and strategy. And I just want to thank staff. I probably hadn't appreciated that it was best practice as high as you can get. So thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. I continue.
Carry on.
Thank you. I now move to page 35, starting at section 10. Carol, do you want to? Katrina is online.
Yes, yes.
So His Worship discussed that again this morning at the Finance and Performance, so this will follow up from that. Katrina.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and councillors. The purpose of this is an update that we now have a national policy statement for highly productive land that's coming into force on the 17th of October. That will have an impact on a range of our planning functions, particularly so our spatial planning work, our subsequent district plan review and our consenting function. I don't intend to go into all of the detail today, given what else is on the agenda at the meeting, but I do intend with the new council to run a more detailed workshop on it as part of a wider resource management induction, but happy to answer any questions you might have on it today.
Thank you. A question from me, but I'll go first to Councillor Belsham, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Question through the chair. So in regards with this coming into force on the 17th of October, I raised the question at Finance and Performance around does this become retrospective to any consent that may be currently under consideration? So it's been, maybe a consent has been applied for but not yet issued. Does the new law take effect on that consent while it's under consideration?
And that is a matter that we are talking about regionally this week. The MPS hasn't provided that guidance for us. Traditional standard practice is that any applications that are in before the operative date would be treated under the previous legislation, so without consideration of the national policy statement.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll forego my questions along the same lines. Councillor Wilson.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Katrina, do you see that this has any significant impact on our spatial plan as we're currently developing? Is there any fishhooks in there?
So through you, Your Worship, it certainly will have implications for our spatial planning work. It effectively raises highly productive land and the protection of highly productive land above the level that we had previously been looking at. The particular impact comes in terms of rural lifestyle rezoning. The national policy statement severely restricts that on highly productive land.
Subsequent to that, if I may, does that put our work with regards to our spatial plan in any delayed situation? Does it need to be reviewed before we go out to a firmer position with our communities?
No, it doesn't cause a delay. The benefit of the timing with the landowner notification that's been happening this week is this has come out just in time. So I've been incorporating the new regulations into those notifications that I've been sending out this week.
Okay, thank you.
Anything further? Thank you.
Still on page 35, so looking at item 11.
Councillor Dalgety, I could see the
sorry, I'm just trying to understand in my own mind, does this, having a building with this categorisation, will that help or hinder third-party fundraising?
I'll let staff respond as well, but in my opinion, if it was heritage listed although Heritage New Zealand do not have a funding arm, they have a process where they can reinforce, if you like, or endorse submissions for funding elsewhere. And it's not just from one area. So, in that response, it would help. But because it's heritage listed, there'll also be, if it becomes heritage listed, there may also be complications around, you know, its use or change of structure. So that may be an interesting discussion in itself.
Thank you.
But does staff want to add anything further, Gary?
No, this was purely an update that came through from New Zealand Heritage.
Move to Marton. Page 36, item 12, what was originally set aside as a tree to mark the Queen's Jubilee. I've just seen the plaque we intend to have there in front of Pastors Worship. It is acknowledging the reign of the Queen rather than her Jubilee year. Anything else on item page 36?
Through you, Your Worship, Peter, I'd just like to congratulate your staff who have actually given a very accurate summary of that meeting. I mean, it's a particularly important meeting for our northern community, for the whole Northern Ward. So, and you know, there's a lot of water to go under the bridge still, but well done on the reporting back to the council. That's very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Excuse me, just a typo here. Is it Whatu Order or Whatu Order 13.4? It uses both terms there. I'm not familiar with the body.
Honey?
I think we're going to pass on that.
Sorry, I can't answer that. I'll move to the next page, 37, external submissions.
So we've got Georgia online. If Georgia, do you want to give an update on this area? Thank you.
Yes, so there's a bit of a list there, but in particular there is the draft submission on the future of interregional passenger transport that has been attached. So we were seeking approval to submit that document. And I would also like to update that after the agenda was finalised, we were aware of the Accessibility for New Zealanders Bill. This is establishing a committee to advise the Minister for Disability issues. It's proposed that Council doesn't submit to this one.
So recommendation 2 refers to this, Your Worship. Did you want to go to the recommendation?
Yes, I'll deal with that recommendation first, if you like. First of all, can we receive the report, recommendation 1?
Move.
Thank you. Those in favour? We've essentially dealt with section 9. Section 2, that the council approves the submission of future of inter-regional transport as amended or without amendment. Somebody like to so move? So I'm happy to move. I've read the report.
Yes. Second.
As is. Thank you. Put it to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? Carried. Georgia, from me, and sorry, it's just over the page. I'll wait to flick the page over from page 37 to 38. I'm happy to go there now. The upcoming consultations, the second stage of the Water Services Entity Bill, including the economic regulators, etc. Bearing in mind that council will be virtually recess, that's the word I want. How do you propose that we do that? Do we have the ability, Chief Executive, to delegate that to the Chief Executive and advise that he seeks opinions in the next few days? bill's not out there yet, that's the
It's
problem.
only going to the House in October, so I think it will be fine.
You think it's fine?
Yeah.
Okay,
I think they did it purposely because of the timing of the election, yeah.
thank you. Let's carry on.
Thank you. We're still on page 38. I think item 15 was the one, Carol, you're referring to, replace item 9.
Yes, so this is the updated section on this, and again, Georgia and Katrina have been involved in this, if there's further questions on this one. Comment?
Question, councillor Gordon?
Yes, I've got a question in 15.2. It says, where it starts, officers have considered, and then it goes to enable people in non-self-contained vehicles to camp on council land. Is that where council-specific facilities are available?
Yes, so that's what the possibility would be. The way that the bill is changing things is that now no non-self-contained vehicles are allowed anywhere. So if council wanted to allow that, it would involve making a bylaw to say this place and this place have toilets, and we think it would be a good place for non-self-contained vehicles to camp.
Thank you.
I'll speak to this one. My personal view is that we need to tread carefully here. If I look at Tai Happy, for example, we have a commercial operation in place there that provides camping facilities that's incredibly well structured. What you could find is a movement from there to literally outside the amenities build, Tai Happy. I wonder whether this should be something that this discussion should sit on the table for the new council, to be honest. Councillor Dalgetty.
What's going through my mind is the trucks with people sleeping in the back of their trucks. Is that the same as a freedom camper?
It's a real not problem, but it is a real issue in our district, especially in Tai Happy. I'm not sure you're going to be able to stop it, and outside Te Mount Pihi because of the brilliance of the showers, etc. Councillor Wilson.
When is this to go for consideration? Because there's a devil is in the detail on this one a little bit. Wanganui's having some problems in their freedom camping area on the river, and from what I gather is they don't have the ability to force it because it's not in their bylaw. With one of the issues that they've got. So I'm just wondering if there's maybe a little bit more information here somewhere, and perhaps the Mayor's suggestion that this one be held over for a little bit further discussion if there is the availability of time isn't such a bad idea.
The first paragraph determines a closing date for financial assistance in this area, and it's early October, isn't it? 4th of October, so that's probably not an option. But I think it is something that could be flagged to the new council for consideration, would be my view. But it's not up to my view, it's up to a collective view around the table. I agree. Councillor Belsham.
So just in reading this, that the applications for funding close on that 4th of October. If we were to do work to develop a bylaw, it would make sense to actually apply to that funding, would it not now?
Yeah.
So is that what we're agreeing upon now? We're making. I'd endorse that. I'd endorse an application to apply for funding to allow the work to actually to put into developing a bylaw, and then that will take into account any concerns about commercial operators around the district. So this actually gives us a funding mechanism to put some research in behind it rather than trying to be sort of ad hoc about it. So I'd support an application in that stance.
Yeah, I take your point. Are you wishing to move in that direction?
Is there a recommendation that's?
Maybe you could draft.
I'm happy to move a recommendation that we that staff do apply to the fund, put in an application to the fund in regards with developing a bylaw or doing research to develop a bylaw in regards with freedom camping requirements.
Carol, was that a she?
I'm just checking with Katrina. Katrina, are you there? I know you've had quite a bit of dealings on this one. What is your view on getting an application done next week?
Yeah, thank you. The conversation we had around developing a bylaw was really came to the position of a recommendation to wait and see how all this new regulation rolls out. Effectively, the government's flipping the current regulation on its head, doing a 180. So we go from anyone allowed to camp anywhere through to you can only camp everywhere if you're self-contained in a self-contained vehicle. And we thought there were probably quite a few fish hooks in there that would need probably a bit of staff time to investigate before the decision would be made that a bylaw would be appropriate for our situation. So the likes of potential implications on increase in operational costs, so such as cleaning costs or enforcement costs, and that there was an opportunity over the next kind of couple of years to have a bit of a wait and see approach, have a look at how it's impacting our district before going forward and implementing a bylaw or looking to implement a bylaw.
Where you're going to go, but Councillor Belsham.
So this is round one of the funding. When is round two of the funding applications available?
I don't believe they supplied an exact date, but it was going to be next year. So both of the rounds of funding they've proposed are before the bill would actually come into effect. We are actually drafting submissions that we'll be sending around to councillors for feedback. And one of the things that we've put in there is it would be better if they had the funding available for longer so we can actually see the impacts before we try and respond to them.
Yeah, I'd be happy to remove that recommendation if there is another round of funding available to put some more thought in behind it.
The other way you could do it is soften the recommendation to say that staff consider putting it in.
I think they've said they're going to do that anyway, I presume, so yeah. So I think waiting till the next round would be suitable.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Okay, I move to item 16, which again comes to this table because of our current delegations policy, which doesn't allow me to do this. That is being worked on, by the way. So recommendation 3 refers, Your Worship.
So recommendation 3, that council in considering the concession application for the usage of the Kokako Street Hall agrees to reduce, these are suggested, agrees to reduce the hireage fee to 0, agrees to reduce the hireage fee to whatever cost you wish, or makes no reduction in fee. I'd be looking for somebody to put a motion on the floor. Councillor Rokawa.
I'd like to move that recommendation 3BA, reduce it to 0. It's 3 days.
Second to that, I thought you might, Councillor Duncan. Do you wish to speak to the recommendation?
No, please.
Okay, any speakers to the recommendation?
0.
There's a question.
I'll take questions first. Councillor Belsham.
Do any of those dates affect any regular users of the Kokako Street Hall?
Good question.
No, they've booked it again.
They are free for that period. Thank you.
Councillor Gordon.
Yes, my comment is that we are going to get increasingly more applications for groups that are really financially challenged. I mean, children effectively don't have money. I mean, they rely on their parents, and if their parents are stretched, then effectively they either go without or they rely on us gifting use. And yet I see this as a really, really positive thing. I mean, and we actually need more extracurricular activity for kids, not less. And so, my viewpoint is, or my view is that, the future councillors and possibly the chief exec, if we get a change in the delegations policy, it's going to get more of these applications, not less. But I see it as thoroughly positive. If it was an adult group, I'd be going, well, you know, perhaps dip in your pocket. Because I think in, you know, giving this up to children, we're investing in our future with this. It's a really positive investment, so I fully support it.
Okay, so we'll take that as we've had two speakers for. Can I just ask in terms of process here, is there anybody wanting to speak against this motion? Councillors, are you happy if I quicken the process up, and do you wish to write a reply?
No, thank you very much.
I'll put it straight to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? Carried. Thank you.
My final point, Your Worship, is item 17. I have Graham Point in the room that could discuss if needed. It's a request for a road stopping in Bulls. Recommendation 4 refers.
The recommendation for the council approves the stopping of the unformed legal road is shown, and B, directs the chief executive to progress the matter subject to formal agreement with potential purchasers to include their undertaking to pay all costs, and that council authorises the chief executive to take all necessary actions and sign all documents to give effect to this resolution. Couple of questions from me. I understand there's been a couple of challenges to that process.
This is road stopping, Your Worship?
Oh, just the road stopping?
Yes.
Okay.
But I don't believe there have been any challenges, not to this
No,
time.
this is the central one, isn't it? Yes, correct. Sorry, I'm jumping the gun here. Councillor Gordon, Councillor Wilson, Councillor Gordon.
Yes, I have a question. Even though in the discussion it says that all the adjacent landowners are effectively serviced by the new Sandwich Road, if the current owner of all those titles, and I'm looking at the block that's got the trees on it and there's title lines going through it, chose to subdivide, would those subdivided sections be equally well serviced?
Right.
Through you, Your Worship. This is a rural road. District plan has tight rules around how road frontages must be provided and lot sizes. I personally, professionally cannot see any complication for this, given that the title boundary for the forestry block fronting Sandwich Road actually goes off on the diagonal from the end of the road to be stopped. Is that? You might see the line in behind the forestry, as it were. Yeah.
Supplementary, if I may, are the titles, are all the black lines, whether they be dotted or solid, do those indicate individual titles?
Maybe amalgamate, sorry, Your Worship, through you, maybe amalgamated titles, but they're individually surveyed allotments.
Yes. Thank you.
Did you have something else to add?
Oh, just one wee point, if I may. These requests to the council are a forerunner to a completely public activity. We require, or the road stopping process requires council's endorsement to proceed with the process, which is very tightly provided for in legislation. Without this, we can't take it to know whether the public will object or otherwise. So we need to just, if you like, to simplify it, we're seeking authority to take it to the public. Yeah.
Effectively, the background behind this was discussed at council, and the rumour was that there was an alternate road that was put in place, wasn't it? Councillor Wilson.
Partly, I think, Your Worship, but partly what Graham has just asked or just stated was formed very much part of my conversation as to what the steps in this process was and who was actually applying for this, and at what stage did these. We've got here saying that the adjoining owners are not going to be affected, but that's wonderful. I'd like to see something a little bit stronger than that, so the adjoining owners weren't going to be affected, but you've just indicated that's a step in the process to take to a public forum, so I'm quite happy to support it on that grounds.
I'll pass the comment to the Chief Executive.
Thank you, Your Worship. Based on the comment that's been made by Graham earlier, that this is council approving us effectively to take it to Lynn's. Is it to Lynn's or to whom?
Yes, eventually, but before, it's quite a convoluted process, but the first step in the process is to go to Lynn's because this is rural road.
So my,
rural roads, the Crown has the first right.
yeah, so my point here is that point A in the recommendation, to a casual reader would think that this council approves the stopping and that's it. And I wonder if the recommendation could potentially read that council approves or approves to the decision to go to Lynn's to stop the unformed
Initiate the process.
Yeah, or initiate the process of stopping. Would that be okay, Your Worship?
That would be fine. Fine. There's not a motion live at the moment.
Your Worship, that's perfectly.
Yeah. And we
Approves to initiate. Approves to initiate, yeah.
Would somebody like to move? They're all linked together here. So would somebody like to remove recommendation 4, including A, B and C? So Councillor Lambert, Councillor Wilson. So Councillor Lambert, do you wish to speak to it?
No, it's been explained.
Any other speakers to the motion? Right, I'll put it to the vote. Those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? Carried. This takes us through to item 10, the Better Off funding submission. Page number, please.
55.
Thank you. Page 65. 55. And who's taking us through this report? Thank you, Ms. Brooks.
Thank you, Your Worship. So just before we talk about this actual project, I just want to update council that the whole way through the process we have been keeping in touch with our relationship manager. Our submission is pretty much ready to go. He is reviewing all our wording, helping us with that. We've heard back from him on most of them, just waiting on the Taihepe Civic one, but he's comfortable where we're at. So I just wanted to update you on that. And then now the process is just to confirm this final project.
That's useful.
Particularly as it closes tomorrow.
So could somebody move reception of the report, please?
Receipt.
Councillor Dalgety, Councillor Wilson, those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? Carried. Thank you. Thank you. So Councillor Hira, you declared a conflict with regard to this?
No.
Thank you. Councillor Rokawa?
Yeah, I would also like to register a conflict with the Ahikawa.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson, you declaring conflict as well?
No, sadly, I'm looking to move recommendation 2.
Maybe the second.
Right. Thank you. Any questions around this report? First of all, Councillor Hira.
I've just got one thing to add in the recommendation. Are we able to just make an amendment to, it says Rangitike Marae. Are we able to call it Ngā Marae or Rangitike? Because that by saying that, you're saying that that's actually a name of a marae in our rohe, and it isn't. Yeah. If you say Ngā Marae or Rangitike, it's saying all of those marae that are in the area. Thank you. Ngā Marae o rangitike. Yep. Thank you. Kia ora.
The mover and seconder.
Absolutely, absolutely happy.
Thank you.
Well done.
Right. Councillor Wilson, you got on first. Do you wish to speak to the motion?
Simply to say that the matter has been well discussed via this committee, via workshops. Should be a no-brainer.
Love it when councillors say that. That's a dare to oppose me if you're willing. Any speakers to the motion?
Yeah, happy to speak to this one, Your Worship. Many of these marae rely on, water sources that are challenged volumetrically normally because they can cope with everyday use, but then there's a tangi or a wedding and 500 people arrive. And that really, really stretches them. And so I'm more than happy to see this, these marae are a really important part of our district. What makes us, make our district home kind of stuff, So more than happy to support.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Councillor Duncan.
I'd like to speak for this as as well. I've heard a couple of times it mentioned that this is amoral to take this funding or without integrity, and I myself am very much against the Three Waters model, but I see it also, and I want to say loud and proud, that I think it would be really foolish for our council not to have taken this funding, and it would have disadvantaged our people. And I think the moral and integrity needs to be pointed at the government, not at local government, who are struggling under the rules that have been sent down to them. So I'm really pleased that we've gone for this and that it can be spread so beautifully.
Thank you. We take your point. Right, any speakers against? I'll put it to the vote. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? Motion is carried. Thank you very much. Moving to 10.2, the Better Business Case, Marton and Taihaki. Who's going to take us through this, please? Adina, is it there? Page 57.
I take the report as read and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Nothing you wish to highlight? Right, would somebody like to move the reception of the reports? Thank you, Councillor Ash, Councillor Carter. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? Carried. I've drafted some of these recommendations and support for the staff, and so I will move, just to get things on the roll, recommendation 2, that staff provide a financial analysis and rating impact regarding the ability to fund an increase in the current long-term plan given potential cost implications of approximately an additional 16 million for the new council facility on corner of Broadway and High Streets, and that staff complete an alternative design for strengthening and modernising buildings at 46 High Street and Library to fit in with the existing $22 million budget, and that both proposals become part of a consultation process within the 2022-23 annual plan process. What I am trying to do here is to create a process that can go for consultation, as the Better Business Cases must do. It's been part of the process we've been told now, but also to be able to answer the questions as they come, as they become apparent. So, for instance, if we were going to go for a far more expensive option, we do need to understand the implications of it, in my view. So I'll move, looking seconder. Councillor Belsham, you're seconder.
Yes.
Any questions around the report, or speaking to the motions? And I may well not have covered them well enough, I don't know. Councillor Wilson, Chair of Assets, appropriate.
Yeah, speaking in favour of the recommendation and in favour of the wording, but also I think that the report is well put together and captures the work that's been going on in the background through the Better Business Case study, Adina and her team, some of the workshops that council have facilitated, both internally with ourselves and some of our external stakeholders, which we've been involved with. So I think it reflects very well the situation that we're in, and I think that the recommendation as it is worded captures the best way for us to move forward. So certainly speaking an endorsement and support of.
Thank you, Councillor Belsham, Councillor Dalgety. Councillor Belsham.
Yes, I'm speaking in support of the recommendation. This has been a long drawn out process. It's fantastic to actually see it get to a stage where we can come out with a couple of options. There's been some significant increases in the value of one of those options, and that does have to go out to the public to see whether that's still something that they would like to continue along with, because there are some aspirational people out there in the community that might still support this type of initiative. And I think it's up to the community to make that decision. So this is the process forward to find out exactly what the want is. And so I fully endorse this going forward.
Thank you. I'll go Councillor Dalgety. This is a fairly major subject. I'm prepared to set aside standing orders of give everybody the chance to speak with your permission, Councillor. This is an objection to that. Councillor Dalgety.
I'm in favour of further investigation. Well, what's going through my mind is trying to, will I get out of that further investigation? What could we get for 20 million? I'm not clear on my mind what that might look like, and how I look at it is I think of driving through Woodville on the eastern side of Woodville. We've got the Horizons office there, and it's very, very basic fibre-light type building. And then I look at Horowhenua District Council building, and I think, well, where are we in this, and what does 20 million look like? And I try and think back to what we discussed earlier around what we got for Te Matapihi. So we're still talking 2 Matapihis in a bit. So yeah, I just would like to be really clear in my mind what 20 million would actually give us.
Doesn't B give you that satisfaction that you would get an answer to that?
Probably, but yeah.
Any further speakers? I'll come back to you in a second. Councillor Lambert, Councillor Duncan, Councillor Lambert.
I'll just endorse what Councillor Belsham said. This is my campaigning. It's very, very important to the local people. It spills over to recommendation 3 really, but there will be a lot of public buy-in to this. I think it's brilliant. Push go as soon as possible.
Councillor Duncan.
Thank you so much for all the work that's gone into this fantastic report. I just wonder if we're about a year too late to make any of this happen. I think I'm really, really anxious that the whole climate has changed quite dramatically, and that we'll be looking at doing minimum because it's going to cost the same anyway. So that's my concern. But I think the report's great, and the effect that's going to the community in the next year's annual plan is great. Thank you.
You're probably getting into an opinion of the decision that could be made subsequently. I know you wish to make a comment.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, I think I just would like to remind the members that the function of the Better Business Case is to kind of eliminate options that we cannot consider, and then ends up with a handful of saying these are the ones that's gone through the process and these are the ones you should consider. And the main function of that is to avoid the position where we start adding new options right at the end, and you never get to a point where you've got 2 or 3 that you can really evaluate. And that's what we're trying to avoid. So the Better Business Case arrived at this outcome. These are the options that we've identified there, and those are the ones we want to spend time on. Thank you.
Thank you. Just one question from me. In terms, I admire the work that has been done, but in terms of folding in the Better Business Case, so we've been given cost estimates and we've been given risk estimates, then there must be some form of multiplier in terms of the process, cost versus risk to get a comparison base. So is there still a little bit of work to be done on aligning the multipliers or how you apportion risk against cost? Is there a fold in there that's still to be completed or no?
So if I can answer to that, our consultant expertise advice in this case was that because the options have come back with such a higher cost than the budget that was set aside to it, his recommendation is that now we need to look into what decisions may need to be made to actually move forward. And this is where the B part is coming into as a new option as such, but it's because it's an alternative to the outcome of the business case. We're trying to now evaluate, I guess, a new alternative versus what the outcome of the business case is and how this could stack up in terms of benefits and risk versus what the recommendation of the business case is. So it would be a change of scope.
Yeah. So basically. I understand exactly. So that will still be done. Yeah, thank you. Any further speakers to the motion?
Just one change, Your Worship. I'm sorry, but I believe point C should be 23-24. Yep.
Sorry. Yes, mine.
Did I get a chocolate first, Your Worship?
Okay, thank you. Good thing I ran it past you for approval earlier.
Line.
Sorry, I couldn't resist that.
Cliche, yep.
Righto. I'm happy to put this to the vote. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? Carried. Thank you very much. Councillor Wilson.
Recommendation 3.
I'll second it.
Your Worship, I wonder if there shouldn't be a slight change of wording. I think
Hang on, we've got a mover already. So you're happy to move as states?
I'm happy with the way it states, but
you're seconding as
on the table.
Yeah, unless Councillor.
Now you're wishing to suggest. So that's fine. Yeah. But are you wishing to move an amendment to that?
I do wish to move an amendment. I think that the section referring to Taihape should be Taihape Civic Centre, because the workshopping has broadened the scope slightly from just the Taihape Town Hall building. It does include another site.
Slash Civic Centre.
Yeah, so I think Civic Centre would best describe the process.
Mover and seconder, would you be happy without going through a formal amendment process to do that?
Oh, I'm happy with it.
I would be happy, but I would like to refer to and ask Adina, what does the business case study for Taihape refer to? What are the words used in the Taihape business case?
I recall correctly, it was about the town hall. I would have to check.
Of which options came out of?
Of which, sorry?
Well, the business case, if I may, Your Worship, the business case that went through the Taihape, it came out with a series of options which are going to be further discussed, and there will be other decisions made in public forum. So therefore, if the business case was labelled the Taihape Town Hall, I should think it should stay the same.
We can check it.
We can check.
Yeah.
Right, we'll do this formally. You're moving an amendment. Is there a seconder to your amendment?
Yeah, I'll second that amendment.
Right. You wish to speak to your amendment? Or you take it as you've spoken?
I will speak. Look, we did have a workshopping session and there was a community group pulled in, and the outcome was broader than where we started. Now look, the outcome of that workshop has still not been discussed publicly, so I feel a little bit restricted about how much I can throw out to the room here, and without the say-so from actually our staff, I wouldn't go there. But I feel that it might better represent the feelings of the work of that community. I'll just leave it there.
I think everybody's aware of what been gathered here would to cut the process down in time a little bit, even though we've got 5 minutes to spoken. Are you happy that we just vote on the amendment? Sorry, your question, sorry, I saw you up before.
Thank you. I believe just to clarify this, as I was part of it, it said Taihape Town Hall / Civic Centre. So it was both, and that is in the title of the.
Thank you.
Is that right?
Look, if all parties are happy that we have a / civic centre, I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
Is there anybody disagrees with that?
We're talking about the same thing.
Yeah,
So,
exactly the same thing.
whatever words you put up there.
It's your time we're tuning through. So would the mover and seconder be happy to say Taihape Town Hall / Civic Centre?
You've got an amendment on there that you've got to deal with first, Your Worship.
Oh, yeah.
The amended motion. There's a mover and a seconder, you need to deal with it.
Yes, I do have to deal with it. Unless they withdrew from it. Look, vote on the amendment. Those in favour? Those against? Show of hands. Those in favour? Carried. So it just now says Town Hall is replaced by Civic Centre. Now we go back to the substantive motion. Can we go straight to a vote on this? Those in favour? Those against? Thank you very much.
It's because it was your last meeting, Angus, I gave you that one.
I'll be submitting.
What I'll do, we'll stop now. We'd have to stop at 3. So we'll stop now. We'll resume for those online 1:15. Thank you very much. You realise the youth council has used this more last night, the other night, than I have ever used it. Well done, to them. Right, moving on to.
Excuse me, Your Worship. Point of order. I'd like to go back to the previous recommendation that because I believe it doesn't reflect accurately enough the actual name or project under the Taihape Civic Centre area. So I'd like to include the Taihape Town Hall in there. That reflects actually what the Better Business Case was about.
So I have to rule on a point of order, and I'll take some advice from the Chief Executive before I do that. Do you wish to comment?
Thank you, Your Worship. My advice in listening to Councillor is that as a point of order, I do not believe the process has been incorrect. So the procedure that you used was, I believe, is correct. But to take in Councillor Duncan's point, I believe that should Councillor Gordon and Councillor Hiroa agree, the recommendation could have a clarification to it, such that the Taihape Civic Centre be either bracketed with or asterisked with to include Town Hall, Library and Information Centre. But it would require Councillor Gordon and Councillor Hero to agree to that. I'll just check, is that, yes? That's my advice, Your Worship.
I could rule straight on the point of order, but in terms of the importance in your mind, if Councillor Gordon and Councillor Hero would agree, I'd consider that rather than just on pure case of technicality, which I could just overrule the point of order. So Councillor Gordon and Councillor Hero, are you clear about what is being asked of you?
Your Worship, well, from my perspective, what Councillor Duncan is asking for is to have Taihape Town Hall / Civic Centre as the descriptor in that motion. Correct?
That was my previous request, yes.
Okay. I'm happy to have that. I don't see it as a major.
Yeah, I'm happy for that to happen.
Councillor Hero, you're happy?
Yeah.
Now I'll put, is there any, if I was to rule in that manner, is there any councillor that wishes to take an objection to my ruling? On that basis, will a mover and second and Councillor Happy, I'm quite happy to facilitate.
So, Your Worship, if I may.
So I want the correct wordings as you say it now.
The minutes will have to show that this is a clarification to the resolution.
Correct.
Under the point of order.
Makes it.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, the reason we do these things quite formally is because if you don't, you pay the price later. And you may well pay the price in a court of law, so, which is challenging. So, but on this occasion, I'm prepared to accept.
Can I just ask a question about point of orders?
Yes.
Are you supposed to stand up?
It's in the standing orders.
Thank you.
And the reason I said that the council would be required to stand is to reinforce in your minds the standing order process.
No, because it's clarification, it has to be bracketed. So, including Town Hall. Get rid of that's the clarification. And everyone's happy with that, I believe.
I must admit, I was tempted to go to the loo and ask Councillor Belsham to check. as a parting shot.
I would have upheld the point of order.
Thank you. Are we, everything's happy now?
Yes.
Okay, now move on. Moving on to 10.3, the changing rooms at Te Matapihi Bulls Community Centre. And this is page 64 of your agenda. Adina, are you going to take us through this?
This report is basically a follow-up from the April council meeting. We had approached 3 companies to give us a cost estimate for a feasibility study for changing rooms facilities as per the brief of the community group, and it took a little while to get responses back. We have had one response, and as you can see, it was 89,600, and it would take approximately 6 to 9 months.
And this is literally for the feasibility study. It's nothing about construction. It's the feasibility study, etc.
Which includes a concept design.
Okay, thank you. So would somebody like to move, first of all, that the report be received? Councillor Lambert, Councillor Carter, those in favour? Aye. Those against? Carried. I'll open the floor, first of all, to questions around the report. Councillor Gordon, questions?
My question for you, Your Worship. Adina, how wide a scope is this investigation going to entail? Like, are we going to go right back to square one and say, you know what, if we had to build another changing room, where would we do it? Is it that broad, or is it narrowed down to just the 2 options or 3 options that we've had previously?
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's not narrowed down to the 2 options. It is basically the brief highlighted in 3.1 that is outlining the main points that the community group wanted to make sure that we understood as important to them. And it can include anything sort of around the building, so it has to be connected to the building, otherwise it would not work. But it is open to, is there another place in the car park area or in the vicinity that would make it better or not?
Can I, sorry, I'll let you subsequent
Might I
question.
comment just a little bit further? I really support almost going back to square one in this thinking space. I think, well, it's my opinion that we've sort of thought ourselves into a bit of a corner and we need some fresh eyes on it. Personally, I look at that deck on top and think, what a wasted space. You know, we've got this really expensive building, we've got this big chunk of space, and guess what? It doesn't get used up there. I know it's not right where it's not at ground level, but you know, we need to really think outside the square because we've got a fixed cost. We've already spent the money. We just need to get the best use out of that money, however that is. Anyway, I'll leave it there. Thank you.
A question around scope. So if you're going to go to this, so we're discarding in terms of that scope the option 3 item at 640,000. So the scope request is not about that. It's essentially a scope request to enable 200 people to have a changing room, toilets, etc. Am I correct in the way that I've read this report?
In the April council meeting, I think we were discussing that the resolution that was made, that was for detailed design for 2 options. But when we had a meeting with the community group, it was clear that neither of the options are just what they're looking for. So they were keen to see what is the best possible option, which is this feasibility study hopefully will bring out. So it is a change in scope in that sense, and I think it was confirmed that we needed to come back with the costings to be able to change that scope.
Yeah, I guess my question is, are you coming back with the costings for 200 people, which includes 2 toilets and things as listed under discussion and options considered? Councillor Wilson.
A little bit of a concern here. Space for 200 people is a huge space. It's a massive, massive space. And whilst we're considering committing $89,000 to the feasibility study and the scope, and I can see these other things which are all listed here at 3.1 through to 3.19. At the April meeting, there were some other options considered, and we've got those at 3 and 5A or whatever they were. And then effectively you went back to the community group, or yourself and some other council representatives went back to the community group, and they had a study. They had a discussion about it. And they said, no, even though those were two options that we'd considered at the council table, they said they didn't like them. So they kicked one of the council options out that we'd considered as being feasible. They kicked that out and said they didn't want that option. And they went back to their preferred option. And they're now coming back here and saying that they want 200 people, which is a number that I don't think I've ever seen before in this discussion, of a maximum of 200 people. And we want $89,000 to commit to it. That's basically the guts of it.
I don't want to quote the group in that way, maybe, but we try to summarize, I guess, the discussions. And it was more that their concern was that if a facility is being built that doesn't actually fit their needs, then they still won't be able to use it. I think that was more the summary of what they were trying to say.
Look, I guess what I'm really saying here is, for me, I'm not comfortable that their needs have been tested. 200 people space. The hall itself only caters for 280, I think. I might be wrong in saying that. So we're looking at a 200 person space?
300, from memory, I think 304.
304, but so we're saying we're going to create a space that's got to cater for something that's 200 people? This doesn't seem to make the space sense to me that you, if I may, I'm sorry if I'm getting confusing here, but it seems to me that you're going out to ask for something and for a scope for this, which I think initially is already going to be fraught with problems right from the word go.
The report is because it was requested that we come back with a costing for the feasibility stage. So
Yes.
that's what I'm presenting.
Yes, yeah, okay, I get that.
Other questions? So everybody's, Councillor Hero.
So given what's just been said, my question would be, does the tamata pihi get used?
Does it, you doesn't me.
No, I'm asking.
It does get used. I think the 200 were based on the school events. When they want to have their whole school presenting, they requested the changing room to accommodate 200 people.
But the facility gets used and has been constantly used. Sorry, since we've opened it, the facility has been used.
Noting that we've had COVID in between, a lot of it has been the meeting rooms. We haven't had the capacity for that larger venue, but it has been used. Yeah.
The schools have used it recently. Yes. So the other day we had Clifton School doing a couple of performances, and one of those performances, the matinee performance, Bull School was there to watch it. Councillor Carter.
In relation to that, with the Clifton School using it, half of the floor space in the auditorium area was used by the children to sit down and to be assembled. From there, they then made their way to the stage. Well, the other ones came off the stage at the same time, and it was like herding cats, to be honest. And then once they'd finished their performance, they then made their way over to the stage as the other ones went up onto the stage. So they have tried, the schools have gone out and tried to use it. With the thought of the place being multi-purpose or multi-areas that you can be used, with the children, you've got to have a parent with them or a teacher with them. So you can't have them all in different areas if they're trying to work as one unit. Whereas having an assembly area at the back of the building that they can come onto the stage, the curtains might even get used, because as it is, they don't. So the idea is that they can come on and off the stage without the audience being interrupted, plus you can put double the amount of audience in there as well. So that's Yes, they have tried, and there is a report coming back from the principal regarding it all. So, yes, they've given it a really good go, and it's hair pulling out stuff for the teachers to try and organise the kids to do their performances.
Councillor Duncan, then back to myself with questions before we speak to the motion.
Yes, I think a feasibility study needs to be done, but it needs to include the fact that the stage has a capacity, and that if you think you're going to have 200 people in the changing rooms that are going to then be able to use the stage, I don't see that as being practical in the least, in my experience. Also, with just in reply to that, and I don't want to speak against the Bulls community need for a facility, because I believe they do, but I also think it needs to be practical and balanced to what is provided by the stage. With school productions, most of the time the school children will be seated outside in the front anyway, so they can watch their classmates perform. That's just normal. But changing is, of course, if they have to change in the auditorium, that's quite a different thing. So yes, I believe that this should be a feasibility study, but it needs to be balanced with practical understanding of how these things work. And I don't believe the wish list that has been presented to us includes that.
Myself and Councillor Rakawa. I'm just wondering, you must have an idea of, to accommodate 200 people, a couple of toilets, etc. You must have an idea in the back of your mind around what total space would be required as a building for that, just on a square meterage basis. Where I'm going with this is, do we have to commit to $89,000 for what could be on a square metre basis an indicative cost range? When we build things nowadays, we have a reasonable figure from architects as to what a functional building per square metre is likely to cost.
Your Worship, if I may just answer that question. For us, I don't think that's a skill that we hold to be able to know what the requirements are from an architectural or a building perspective of what size would be needed for a change room for 200 people. So I don't think we would have a view on that at this stage.
I have a business where we get constrained by fire regs that says the size of a building to the number of people inside it. For instance, this building will have a licensed number of people, which may be 50. And if you multiply that out by 4 times the size of the square meterage of this building to accommodate that, you're talking something substantial. I'm just wondering whether there is a way of doing what would be an initial crude costings around a likely cost.
Can I say something to that? So I think in this specific case, we have presented a few options that included number of users that would be in that space, and there were under 200 people, and we have costings for that. But I think when looking at the space, there are complexities that will add cost as well. Like we need to be able to connect it to an existing building, special facade, and there's services in the ground that we also need to consider. Because of that, we could give a number, but any square footage cost would maybe be more in the space of a freestanding building that has, no issues attached to it. It couldn't be an accurate number.
I'm not specifically wanting an accurate number, but I want to know whether we're talking $200,000, $3 million, or $5 million. That's the range. To rebuild Te Matapihi from scratch now, we'd face double what we paid for the building. That has an occupancy. That's my issue for a single-storey building. A, would we physically have space? B, roughly what it cost? And I'm just hesitant personally around, but I'm probably getting into arguing the motion rather than questioning. 2. It's for option 3, which they're discounting, it cannot be done.
Thank you.
There's a cost estimate in 2.2 and for 3, which is what you're saying earlier in the, it's not what you're going out for in terms of cost estimates. You're going out for a cost estimate of 200 people, in other words, defined around 3, not 2.2. Councillor Belsham, Councillor Rakawa first. Councillor Rakawa.
In regards to the minimum of 2 bathrooms, a question, how come the 2 bathrooms, are they not able to use the toilets, the bus toilets that are 24? The reason why I asked that is because when the Clifton School kids used the hall, they were told they weren't allowed to and had to go over to the BP to use the toilets over there. The toilets were closed to them, so the kids were told to go over there. So my question is there a need for 2 bathrooms if we have the bus stop? Are they allowed to use the bus stop ones? Because it's on site anyway. Or is there a particular reason why those 2 bathrooms?
They wanted the bathrooms to be close to the changing facilities. So of course they would be able to use the building facilities. I don't understand why it wouldn't. But they wanted explicit 2 because of having a separation for the children for male and female as well.
Yeah, thanks.
Councillor Belsham, Councillor Carter, I will let this roll because it is a significant.
I just wanted clarity of how often this is going to be used for this level of investment and build to provide for 200 people. I want clarity on how often that's going to be used, and if it's going to be 2 or 4 times a year, I think it's an absolute ridiculous waste of ratepayers' money.
Councillor Carter, I'm sorry, the clarity that we were given originally from memory, and I stand to be corrected, was that you get school productions by the 2 schools maybe 2 to 3 times a year. That was the figure that was given. And they have been using it in that manner. Councillor Carter.
Clarification for what Councillor Carr was referring to. The children weren't told to go to the BP. It was the bus people told to go to the BP.
Sorry.
The school closed the toilets so that they didn't have to sit in there and monitor the children with public coming in for safety, schools, safety warnings. Let's put you at ease there.
I've tried to attend down there, but I understand it well, and I think there's some issues around how the building is used. For instance, I was told that in dress rehearsal, and it was raining, and the kids were told to go outside and have their lunch outside in the rain or under the verandas because the food wasn't allowed in the hall. And surely that's an operational sense around, provided the hall is cleaned, like any use of the hall, that has, I'm not quite sure why some of this conversation actually has arisen. But I need to get back to the specifics. I apologise around additional changing room space. Questions? And before somebody puts a motion on the table, but I'll be looking for a motion on the table pretty shortly.
I'm thinking about a motion, but I'm also wondering here, there's a huge number of questions coming up, Your Worship, around this matter. And I don't think right here and right now we can commit to the recommendations that are seen in front of us. I apologise to Dina for that and the work and staff done, and to the Chief Executive as well. But there's a lot of questions being raised here, and this is committing us to move in a direction of operational expenditure for $89,000, which is unbudgeted, and I don't believe that we can move that without some clarity about what we're going to get. And I'm sorry, it's the 200 people thing that's just thrown me a real curveball without a number associated with it. We've got option 3, there's got a number an indicative number of 550,000 to 700,000, that's an indicative figure. There's no indicative figure to option 5A.
Councillor Hira, Councillor Gordon, Councillor Hira.
Can we let it lie on the table was where I was coming.
Yes, I actually wanted to support the corridor that has been put forward by Councillor Belsham, and I believe that the 89,000 is just the beginning of what is going to be very soon turn into million. And I just think that there needs to be more clarity, because I feel like we're going exactly right back to the beginning again. So I don't think it justifies. This has been on the table for the last 3 years. And given that community had, that Bulls had a problem with how things had happened with the building of it, it also in my head puts in a precedent that could easily come forward with the Taihape Town Hall, and if somebody objects, and potentially with the Marton. So, yeah, I agree with you. The amount of money that gets.
Councillor Gordon.
My question is big picture, and the answer probably lies right back at the beginning of this process. To what extent was the Ministry of Education ever engaged? Because I'll give you the analogy of Taihape. There's 2 schools in Taihape in the urban area. One of them's right on my boundary. They both have their own halls. They're both self-contained. Why is Rangitikei District becoming the whipping boy for what has not happened in the Bulls community? Why is there not a hall with those schools? I mean, we seem to be carrying the can for what a Ministry of Education decisions. And I don't know whether that's necessarily fair on the ratepayer. I mean, I know everybody wants to use the hall, and I fully support that, but crikey, you know, they have the front up too. We're providing a service to them. I'll just leave it there. I mean, that should be part of the discussion, part of the question.
Look, I'm going to ask for a motion to be put on the table.
If I may add, Your Worship, it's just to hopefully add some simplification to this. There is, or you as council have listened to concerns that have been raised regarding changing rooms. In October last year, you considered some options and you asked us as staff to do a detailed design for options 3 and 5A. Having at that point considered a handwritten or a documented submission. I think, you might correct me if I'm wrong, I think we came back and said, are you sure you want a detailed design? Because that's quite onerous. And I think we're then looking at feasibility of those 2 options. And so when you may consider, Your Worship, that we can go back to that, if you so wish. You can accept or reject, of course, those recommendations or create your own. Or you may wish to remove this conversation in its entirety. All those options are on the table for us to listen to your decision.
Yeah, my only warning to council would be, for instance, Councillor Wilson has suggested it lay on the table. All that does is doesn't give clarity to staff at all. You'd be back to where you started. So Wilson.
My suggestion around leaving it lay on the table was 2-pronged, if I may, Your Worship.
Fascinated to hear the second prong.
The reason being, we're likely, we have an incoming new council in a couple of weeks' time. That's not the most important part of my thinking, is the fact that I believe, given what's happening and what's going to happen, and you raised the issue before about our long-term plan and possibly the need to step into the space of a long-term plan change, and I think that may be coming in some of our costings. This matter could sit as alongside that as a decision to go back to the community at that point, either in LTP or as a annual plan.
And this is my point around the desktop analysis. That should not take 8 or 9 months. It should be driven by square metre area, and that should be reasonably accurate to give you a cost. Because if it turns out that the cost of this is 2 or 2.5 million, you're back into long-term plan.
That's exactly right.
It's that simple, in my view, but I stand to be corrected by. So somebody needs to put a motion on the table here.
I think the matter should lie on the table.
And what instruction with that, in terms of your second prong, are you asking staff lying on the table?
Leave the matter to
Just
be.
literally means it will come back to the next meeting and you're back where you started unless you've asked council staff to, as a course of action, to do something.
I would like to see a number. And I know you can't put a number on it, but you've got to have something. And I might be reading this wrong, but.
Okay. I'll move that staff be asked to provide a desktop analysis of the likely range of costs to accommodate 200 people and 2 toilets, etc., as per the description under 3 of the order paper. Councillor Dalgety.
I just think we also need to, have we physically got the space for that? I mean, could we physically do it?
That would come under desktop analysis, but I haven't got a seconder for the motion anyway yet. You're seconding it.
Could you put him?
I know.
So the motion is that staff undertake a desktop analysis of the range of costs that are likely for the provision of a changing space at Te Matapihi for 200 people and a minimum of 2 bathrooms and the conditions attached to 3 of the order paper. You've scribble writing. Oh, sorry.
And I was trying to get it to them to type.
Maybe we do that again, Your Worship, and just go slower.
Yeah, I mean, in principle, guys, am I going in the right direction here?
I believe so.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
The only thing, I just talked to Adina and she gave me some figures that Marton Civic Centre is using, and that's $5,000 a square metre.
Well, that's what I'm asking for,
So
essentially.
$5,000 a square metre, if you had 200 people, it's roughly a square metre per person.
We need to also say that that is just construction cost for a brand new building on a no-issue site.
Because you start project costs on top of that.
Yeah, the feasibility study would give you that number. That's the point of it, because we don't know what is possible.
Yeah, but what the councillors are hesitant about is spending $89,000 to get there.
Your Worship, could I seem to be done? What you've just said is exactly the point that I'm making. If the number comes out on the quick maths that you've just done, which is a desktop analogy, which is what the recommendation, and it comes out at $6 million, that is going to send us down the line of a LTP review. Straight away that there, because it's a significant change. And if we have to go down that line, we may well have to go down that line for some other matters. But either which way, I don't know that you can spend $89,000 on doing that.
Right.
That just does not seem to be practical spend of money.
Okay.
Unbudgeted money.
Yeah.
Sorry.
The recommendation moving from myself, and it was seconded by Councillor Carter, not Councillor Duncan, I think. Staff to undertake a desktop analysis of the range of costs that are likely for provision of a changing room space at Te Matapihi to accommodate 200 people and a minimum of 2 bathrooms. It can be linked back to as described in the order paper of. So I'll move that. I'll second that. It's been seconded, so I'll speak to this. Essentially, if we get a desktop analysis, we'll probably take an architect, a day or two, is my guess, to give you some sort of range on a square metre basis. If you go to architects and say, I want to build an apartment block or a house, they will give you reasonable figures as to what is standard practice. And even if they are wrong, they're going to be within a magnitude that we start to understand the scale of the issue. And I'll leave it there. I'm not trying to shoot you staff in the foot. I'm trying to progress stuff.
I might just quickly speak to staff, Your Worship, if that's all right.
Discussion at this stage?
Yeah. No, I'll wait till they come back. I'll listen to the discussion. Just be aware, please, councillors, you are still being recorded, etc. We want to discuss Saturday night, that's up to you.
When staff come back, I have a question.
The last little pin.
I've got to find somewhere on. So we have a motion on the table. It has been seconded. I'm prepared to take any advice from staff around the technical ability to be able to do what I've requested as per my motion.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have discussed with my senior staff. The principal concern here is our ability to do this. What we're concerned about is the accuracy of budgeting, the accuracy of giving numbers. And the number that we discussed next door, I gave an example of one way in which it could be calculated, which is using the budgetary figures for just the construction for Marton and multiplying that by 1 square metre and coming up with construction only being $1 million, so plus services plus project costs, so somewhere near 2 million. Another alternative, looking at the size of this building, is likely to be half again of Te Marape current. Build cost of Te Marape was what, 5 million? 5.3. 5.3, so that's going to be 2 point something. Forgive my maths right now. million. So you're in that category. So I'm comfortable to give that number at a later council meeting that is very well qualified. And I would just ask for elected members who are at that table in the future to realise our nervousness around giving a budgetary figure that we have neither expertise nor confidence in, but it gives you a girth of that size.
That's exactly what I'm asking for, essentially. Speakers to the motion. Councillor Wilson.
Just quickly like to point out that the $89,000 is going to provide a cost estimate range of plus minus 50 to 30%. It's kind of about as vague as anything's going to get. We're going to spend $89,000 to do it. So I would suggest that doesn't guarantee us anything more solid and stable than what the Chief Executive has just given us. We didn't have to spend a cent for that bit of advice.
Councillor Gordon.
Your Worship, I have a question, if I may, and it's for staff. The initial motion, was that going to give you advice spatially on whether it could even be done, given the limitations of the site? Because we might say, 200 square metres, whatever the number is, and Adina has been sort of indicating that the site is compromised. It's the best way of putting it. So was detailed advice on even whether this project could proceed as an option? Was that an important part of that proposal? Supplementary, if I may, with the once over likely desktop, are you likely to get an answer that answers your question? So we potentially could go down a route of saying it's going to be X number of square metres and it might be $2 million, but guess what? It can't even be put there. That could be a logical outcome. Okay.
Councillor Duncan.
Yes, I'd be speaking against this because I believe that the outcome is not going to be practical or doable. And this is on a community group's wish list against plans that they put forward in the first place in 3 and 5A, which actually one of them particularly could have been done and would suit the size of the stage, in my understanding. So I feel that it's got momentum. The community's got hold of it, got their teeth around it, and then they've actually produced something that they think would be wonderful, but it's not based on reality. So I think this is a complete waste of time, unless practicalities are brought to bear on any plans going ahead.
So just to clarify, in my mind, your thinking here is that you're saying no to this and you're thinking of going back with a different space rather than the 200. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, in my mind, there's no way a 200 people facility for a changing room is going to be even possible. And I have been part of this from the very beginning. And I don't want to gainsay the community because my understanding is that the council of the time promised these facilities to some extent, and a proper stage needs a proper changing room. So I'm very much behind a facility, but it must meet the stage, what the stage can do. You know, the capacity of the stage should be reflected in the changing rooms. And 200 people is a big school, but it's not even possible for the stage area. So I'm sorry, but it's not practical.
Right, any other speakers? I'll put it to the vote. Councillor Carter.
I understand where Councillor Duncan's coming from. I can foresee that the building that is being pictured or visioned by the group will not fit. It will not work in that respect. It's going to go out into the car park rather than go back behind the stage. But to satisfy them and other people who are interested in that area, that if we can do the desktop analysis and come back with an idea for them and show them that it can or cannot work, and that may end the discussion.
Any other speakers are put it to vote?
Just very briefly, I agree with a lot of what's been said, but I'd like to emphasise that when we do go back, there's got to be emphasised realistic expectations, like this firing numbers out left, right and centre and a scattergun approach. Just if we can confine it just to say, well, you've got to get realistic expectations on this, then we've got a proper channel to go in.
Any other speakers? Right of reply. What I'm trying to do as chair is to progress something. And in my mind, just leaving it, the other progression is literally to say, will somebody support an $89,000 build, feasibility for a 200 people build? And if my motion fails, that's where we go next, in my mind. Unless somebody's got another option. Leave it there. So those in support of the motion. One, two, three, four, five, six. The motion is carried. So essentially coming out of that, you'll get some idea of whether it is an expectation that council could live with in terms of cost and service provision. Councillor Carter.
I'm prepared to create a group or a presentation to those people concerned with this to get them together to discuss the outcomes.
You have that absolute right as a councillor to meet with any of your constituents. That's no problem at all. The only other option, guys, here is there's been a series of conversations around the table around whether it is your wish to build something to accommodate 200 people. And if you want to go back to that debate and change that, then fine. But that's where the discussion has been sitting. No? Right, move on. 10.4, the request for financial support, Erewhon Rural Water Scheme, declaring an interest. Councillor Duncan. Could somebody move the receipt of the report? Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Rokawa seconding. Those in favour? Aye. Thank you. Recommendation. This is regards the approval or not approval of a grant of up to $50,000 for 50% of the costs associated with developing an asset placement program for the scheme. You wishing to so move what?
Move approve.
Move approve. Yep. Looking to seconder to that. Seconding Councillor Rokawa. Do you wish to speak to that motion? Or firstly, are there any questions of staff here? Councillor Gordon.
Yes, my question is, Your Worship, that if the $50,000 was offered up as a loan, would that debt be recompensed under Three Waters funding?
I'll have best crack at it. We have limited, we can't give an explicit answer to this, I suspect, but the advice that we've received is that it is, it's not a private scheme, it's council owned. It would then pass to the entity, in this case entity B. We have been told that the entity will take over the loans associated with something, but it had very little detail of that would be fair. So the presumption would be probably yes.
I support what His Worship has said in terms of the debt position. What I would add to that is that the Erewhon Rural Water Scheme have said they do not categorically want a loan. So that's not for your consideration, or it's not something we've offered for your consideration, I should say. The other thing I would say, just as the recommendation is currently written, it doesn't acknowledge that this is unbudgeted, and from this morning's meeting, it also doesn't acknowledge from where we would fund that unbudgeted. And so those are two things that is not clear at this point, unless you know the answer to that.
No, if the grant was to be refused, then the scheme would have various options as to whether they want to self-fund it by cutting back expenditure in this financial year, which would mean cutting back on maintenance or capex, which probably wouldn't be a good decision in the long term. If they go ahead and spend it, it would add to the debt that they currently got to us, which we would report to the Three Waters entity at takeover time. And the net, what we're being asked to provide is the timing of the debt that's going to exist at 30th of June next year. And the more current the debt, the more scrutiny it's going to get. So there's no certainty as to whether the debt will be repaid, as has been.
It will be unbudgeted for council. Should council agree to this recommendation, it's unbudgeted.
Unless, yes, a loan would be unbudgeted, yeah.
Go to speakers first, we'll move with the speaker.
Yes, so noting that it 2.6 does state in the report that it's an unbudgeted operational expense for council, but acknowledging that the recommendation should probably note that as well.
Yeah.
With regards to the comment about where does the unbudgeted expense come from and what pot you're going to put it in, and that the Erewhon Water Scheme Group don't want it to be a loan, can we internally loan it as it's a council scheme? Can we internally put that debt into that scheme as it's a council loan scheme? So I mean, they may not want it as a loan as such, but we can borrow to fund it, can we not? Therefore, it would be a water associated debt.
Totally sure. I just want to make sure I understand the question. So if we don't give them the grant...
Well, no, we fund it, but they're saying that they don't want it as a loan, therefore it doesn't have a debt associated. But we haven't got a budget line, so therefore we'd have to go to debt to associate it. So if we were going to debt to associate that $50,000, that would be taking water-related debt against that asset. So therefore, if it was to shift over into Three Waters, it would be a water-associated debt. So that's where the money would come from. It would be debt associated to loan funding and against that water scheme.
We could certainly put that up as a business case. As to whether it would be accepted the other end, we don't know.
And it would presume that the asset transfers.
Yeah. Yeah. Unfortunately, there are a lot of unknowns regarding the debt transfer situation.
Yeah, because that's not clear across the whole of the Three Waters thing at all. But I don't, with that in mind, I'm still supporting the recommendation that I've put forward, because I do believe that this scheme and the associated continued funding of it to ensure its good working order is vital for our rural community, and it's vital for the outcomes that and the GDP that gets produced in those areas. So it's vital that we invest it back into it. So I'm certainly happy to continue to support the motion that I've got up there.
Other speakers to the motion? I'll count Councillor Belsham, myself, Councillor Gordon, Councillor Belsham.
In support of the motion, I've got a question though around the contributors to the scheme. Have they been rated depreciation on this asset over a period of years, and has that been accurately recorded?
Have they been rated depreciation? They come to us with their preferred rates for each year, and generally speaking, we've taken their recommendation or suggestion. We report to them largely on a cash basis. So I'd have to say, just give me a sec, I'll say no to that historically. But that they have recognised this financial year that they've doubled the rates income, so they are covering depreciation this financial year. I don't think they've consciously not rated for depreciation. I just think they've been managing their books on a cash basis.
Our next speaker. I think both Councillor Belsham and Councillor Wilson have actually got this right. So Councillor Wilson, in terms of how it would be funded, in the absence of attributing it to a particular budget, then it would be unbudgeted expenditure, which literally gets cast into debt or out of reserves. So that would have, in effect, become a loan. They would argue that it's possible that government would argue, well, why wasn't it a loan against that particular entity? So it'd be a tough decision. But the second part, we have struggled historically to give it correct accounting to the rural water schemes. There have been cases where we know that water schemes have paid as part of their rates to allow for depreciation. And I absolutely praise Dave and the current accounting team, because by and large this has been sorted. And as a consequence, the rural water schemes have said, let's not try and go back in time. And have accepted the status quo as of now. But I think there's probably some moral obligation here, to be honest. And I'll totally support that it be unbudgeted expense, but it be given to their scheme as a grant, not as a loan. Any other speakers? Sorry, Councillor Gordon, you were next.
I think if we look at the context in 2.1, I think that summarises everything. They want to engage a consultant to assist on a capital replacement program. And I think about all the things that we're doing currently in-house, we actually bundle consulting fees into the capital cost of the programs that we undertake. And we loan fund them. And then we pass that debt across to the new Three Water Services entity. I think that's the way we should be dealing with this. We take the emotion out of who owns what and what the historical context is. If we give it as a grant, we might be giving it as a grant, almost like Father Christmas to this group, but effectively in-house we will be loan funding that grant, and that grant needs to be tagged to this program. I'm sorry, it is a debt, and that's the world we live in. Unfortunately, over the years, and I sat as the councillor on this water scheme for 6 years, we haven't always provided the best advice, but that's historical. It was a real nightmare trying to tease out where the dollars actually sat for a long time. And I back up his worship's comment. I praise Dave and the team for actually finally teasing this all out. It's really great for them to know, but we need to actually be quite honest with them. This is a really important scheme for the Northern Ward, but it also has a cost, and effectively the scheme and ourselves have been underrating those ratepayers or those users. So I think this is catch-up time. If they've been paying a dollar more per cubic metre or something over the years, we'd have that money. It's just that we're paying it lump sum. So if this is going to be loan funded internally and tagged to that scheme, I support the motion.
I'm just starting to get aware of time here in terms of council's agenda for today. Is there anybody wishing to speak against this, the motion as it stands? I'll go back, write a reply then.
None required.
Put it to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? Carried. Thank you very much. 10.5. The carry forwards and other adjustments excluding roading, page 69 of your agenda. Would somebody like to please so move the receipt? Thank you. Take your pick. We had Councillor Belsham, we had Councillor Lambert. would you like to take us through this, please?
Yep, thank you very much. I'll lead some discussion going through the paper, if that's okay. Thank you. Okay, so just to reiterate what His Worship said earlier, the paper's about budget carry forward and other adjustments excluding roading. The plan is to bring any roading adjustments to a future meeting. Just skipping through the paper, section 2 emphasises that we're looking at budget adjustments in 3 areas: capital expenditure, which we call CapEx, operating expenditure, and revenue budgets. The main volume is in capital expenditure. So just to recap what figures in the annual plan, they were based on long-term plan budgets plus predicted year-end unspent budgets from last financial year. It was recognised at the time that some of the predictions would be out, so there'd be a tidy up, hence this paper. This paper is also recognising that there's other adjustments to the CapEx that we're proposing. You can see from the table at the bottom of section 3.5 on page 70 that the annual plan budget ended up at 50.1. We're proposing to defer 15.5 million of that, for reasons explained in the paper. The amendments to carry forward, which I spoke about earlier, $500,000 reduction. That means that we predicted overall a lower spend than we actually achieved last financial year when we looked at the carry forwards. And there's 2 other adjustments that we'd like to put into this year's budget, which are discussed in the paper as well, of 400,000. So skipping through the paper, section 3.8 and 3.9 talk more about the background to the deferrals, which lead into the table in section 3.10, which lists the items that we're proposing to defer. Section 3.12 talks about the other 2 items that I mentioned that we would like to introduce to this year's budget. And it's nice to see in 3.12 that the information services program will actually save us 400 grand over the life of the plan, so that's an excellent outcome. Section 3.13, even though we don't put any numbers around this, we do want to draw the committee's council's attention to the fact there are 2 annual plan budgets that officers have identified as being below. I won't say significantly below, but they will be below what we're going to need to spend on these. So it'd be great to have some discussion about council's preference in these items. So that's background to the CapEx. We're proposing, as said in the paper, to reduce the budget from 50 million to 35. Smaller numbers, but in OPEX, we've identified that there are some projects and funding we received last financial year that weren't completed at year end, largely due to COVID. So we'd like to just finalise them this financial year and increase the budget accordingly. So that's something we are committed to. And then revenue budgets, another big number here. As we've identified above, deferring capital projects will also result in deferring income associated with them projects. So a large deferral there into a future year. And the introduction or the increase of 2 other smaller revenue lines to reflect what's currently happening. 5.2 talks about if we do refer the income, what does that do to our balanced budget? And I think that shows there that we're still budgeting a balanced budget for this financial year. So it's a potentially involved council paper, so happy to leave it there and take questions unless the CEO would like to add anything.
No, I've got more of a question, so I'll take my time for that one.
First of all, to the Chair of Finance, I've got a few questions and comments to make, but do you wish to comment first?
So a question around, you're asking for input around 2 projects for the Hapkai Park sewerage project and the Marton wastewater project.
As recommended.
Where are the figures in relation to that? So we talk around there's going to be a higher level of investment required. Where are the figures around those? Yeah, what sort of level? What level of investment are we talking?
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. Actually, I thought it was included in the report. The differences. In other words, if I understand the question correctly, is what was the budget and what is the expected cost? So For the Papakai pump station, the budgeted amount was 1.5 million. The costing that's come in September is more in the range of about 5 million, so it's between 4.5 and 5 million. And the Ratna included in the budget, all up is about 2.5, and so far the options that's been looked at is in the region of 7 million.
That stuns the room, doesn't it?
So we're, except we haven't given much preamble in the paper to support a conversation around this recommendation. What we are doing in this paper is looking at realigning effectively our doability based on a number of factors and bringing this to your attention now, rather than waiting till the end of the year and saying, oh, by the way. So we'd rather give you a far greater heads up or awareness of what our achievable numbers are. And two particular projects are causing us concern in terms of what we thought the budget was, what the budget is presently in our long-term plan and what we're now seeing. The challenge for us in any budgeting for capital expenditure is that in some cases, in many cases for the projects that we're looking at, we are subject to many variables that we are known unknowns. And so Ratana, as an example, the known unknowns is we know we had to get a consent from Horizons. Now we bought land for Ratana, and we did not know if that land would achieve a consent. And so we had a backup plan should that be the case. And I'm not going to go to that rabbit hole just for this, but it gives you an idea of, in many cases, our budgeting is a wet finger in the year and best analysis at the time on a number of things. And of course, as you would anticipate in Ratana for wastewater and dispersal to land, there are a number of factors that Horizons are very interested in terms of the environment, which of course we wish to be compliant with. So what I've asked the team now as we develop the PMO into some greater thinking in this area is to have a percentage confidence. Now, Councillor Wilson noted that in the earlier paper where we said a feasibility study will still only be plus or minus 30 to 50%. So we want to use these numbers now to give you an understanding of how confident we are in the numbers. Now, when I spoke with Arno earlier, Papakai pump station, could it be 5 million? Yep, it could be. We're about 80% sure that could be the number. Ratana, could it be 7 million? Or 5 million, was it covered? 7.
Yeah.
We're about 30% sure it could be that number. So we're still a long way off. And we haven't implemented in our budgeting thus far, or in our planning, how we apply this percentage confidence for you and for the public. But we want to bring it to your attention and go, how, in this question really rather than a recommendation, what is your guidance on how you wish us to present these kind of numbers now that we would carry forward into our annual plan and future long-term plans when there are known unknowns?
Thank you. First of all, from me, in terms of the capital expenditure budgets carried forward 21-22, they are what they are. We have no option really than to accept that it has happened. So I'm not going to go and spend any time there. In terms of the deferral of capital budgets that we're currently facing moving forward, whereas I don't like capital projects, I'd love to see all capital project work occur. It doesn't come at a cost of the ratepayer. So they won't be rated until the CapEx work is done. So I'd much rather staff come as early as possible to us and say, this is what we're facing realistically. So I congratulate the liaison between the assets team and the weird people that sit in the back rooms that chuck around figures.
I understand, Your Worship.
Yeah, the clever ones.
Just a minute, that correctly.
So then, whereas as I said, I would love to see all capital works programs done, and we are dragging the chain on them, as are most councils. But in terms of 13.3, 13.13, sorry, I was going to raise exactly the same issues that have been raised here, around expected costs facing forward. And the more that we can get an estimate around where council will financially be in the future, you know, we are talking some very big ticket items. And it may well be some very big ticket items that we say, these have to be done by law now. These have to be done by law for consenting reasons, etc., etc. And these are things that we would love to do and rate them highly, and these are things that we'd love to do but are lower rated. And we may well be in the position where we say we can't do everything here because our budgets won't stretch that far. So the earlier we get some sort of feel for the new council, good luck to them, as to where we stand, and especially where we stand against the three waters changes. So impacting on this is also the ability to pay. So if we have a significant stranded overhead level that we have to deal with, sure, we have protection from a couple of years, and we have the better off funding, etc., that sort of tranche. But sooner or later, we have to get to a stage of saying there may be some projects we can't do. That's why the earlier I want some sort of desktop analysis of where we are financially better. So I think it's a great report.
Yeah. I just wondered, Dave, if it was a question that was raised this morning, we have a budget and that was consulted with the public and it's declared in our annual plan. This doesn't change that budget because we will still report on a variance to our annual plan consulted budget. It's just, it's funny enough, the same word, but it's applied in a different sense. So it's almost a no surprises. So our budget that we have resolved and rated on, as His Worship said this morning, remains the same. This is effectively a notice to everybody, including the public, of a reality check.
But it's, yeah, we tend to look at a financial budget because that's what we do. But we also have delivery budget for services to a community. And the delivery budget is where we say we're going to replace the water system and it will be happening now. And they see it get dragged 2 or 3 years out at that. So we have that looming over us as well. Sorry. Councillor
Yeah, I was just going to quickly state, look, I'm a huge favour of this, but yeah, brutally realistic all the way and as early as possible. You know, don't make that the bottom line. Don't be scared to bring whatever you have, you know, even if you're wincing writing it down, bring it.
Councillor Gordon, then I'll be looking for a motion, please.
Question for me regarding the Papakai pump station job. Is that large increase in our estimates, you know, up to our 80% confidence level, is that because of where we are in this market capacity bulge? Like, is there a shortage of pumps and a shortage of crews to do the job, and so everybody's just floating their price out there because they actually don't want the job, but they're going to throw an inflated price out there? Or is it that we actually underestimated and possibly didn't know what we didn't know, and we've found that actually the realistic number is 5?
Through your worship, it's a bit of the market. So the market is much higher than it was when we did the estimations, and supply of materials are a lot more expensive now than they were when we did the estimations. It's a bit of that, but also the other big factor is the level of service that we're going to provide with this pump station is much higher than we normally do. So because of the sensitivity of where it is and the prosecution that we've gone through, the level of service at this pump station is very high.
So, supplementary if I may. So if we deferred this a year or so, we actually might get a bit of a win, you know, the prices for products may come down and there may be more capacity out there, but we're still going to have to do the job. We're still going to have to do it to a higher level than what we have currently.
Again, through you, Mr. Worship. I think His Worship's argument stacks up in this case more than any others, where if we take the work on now, it becomes dead against Three Waters and we can get the job done as morally we should to protect the Hautapu and get the work done and not stored.
Thank you.
I like how it stacks up on this case, but the others. Councillor Belsham.
I would like to move recommendation 2 that council approves the proposed amendments. And I'll speak to that now. I mean, it's a well-written report. It's actually providing information around doability, realism around what the costs are going to be, and shifting some of those figures into the following year. So thank you for providing clarity. I think that's important, and it's fine-tuning so we know exactly where we're at. So yeah, fully support.
I'm second. Sorry.
Sorry, I started speaking to it without a second.
Is there anybody else who wish to speak to this? Otherwise, I don't think we have another option, to be honest. I'll put it to the vote. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? Carried. A question from me in terms of recommendation 3. This is about the preferred strategies. So one of the strategies is cost, and one of the strategies is how much risk do you want to run? So, you know, the risk is, do you risk an outfall into the river once every 200 years or once every 2 years? You know, where's the spectrum here? Because that's effectively what the staff have to consider. Councillor Duncan.
My 2 cents worth on this one is being part of the wastewater treatment plant for the Taihape wastewater treatment plant, is that the appetite for risk is very diverse from that group. And the Voice of Iwi have said that they have zero tolerance for any spill into the Hautapu River, into the Awa, and so that obviously has to be taken into consideration. There's also the cost of that to us and fines, etc., as a council, and then that the balancing between what we can afford and the level, as you've just said. So obviously, I'm going to push for 0, but I'd really like to see how we can make it more affordable.
So would it be fair to say, councillors, that recommendation 3, that elected members discuss and provide guidance on, that we haven't got all the information in front of us to do that now? Yeah. So the recommendation could be adopted, that it be discussed. Councillor Gordon, Councillor Belsham.
Oh, Your Worship, I think you hit the nail on the head. I think we almost need a little bit of a sensitivity analysis to show us what does $5 million for Papakai buy us, what would 4, what would 3, in terms of risk of overflow into the river. And I back up Councillor Duncan's comments. You know, iwi have had enough. I think the whole community's had enough in terms of overflows. I mean, that's a given.
Councillor Belsham, I'm looking for people to actually put motions on the floor here, guys.
So I think we need a motion to actually get this progressed as quickly as possible. We've already received a fine from Horizons in regards with the outflow from one of these pump stations, and the longer it takes, you know, the more opportunity they're going to have for coming back to us if we have further overflows, and with a lot higher penalties than we initially received. So I would like to see some wording that states that this is brought back to the incoming council at the earliest opportunity to make some final decisions to get this project moving forward. Now, how we word that, I think it needs to come back urgently for the council to make a decision and get progress happening. So those, when the, when the figures were supposedly included in this report, I still can't find them, sorry, in the report.
Yeah, I wonder on this recommendation, Your Worship, we just simply move past it without you accepting it. The reason being is that the PMO report will refer to public consultation, and Councillor Delsham's, perhaps his recommendation could sit in the PMO report in terms of acceleration of project.
I don't see a problem with that, and I don't see a problem with adopting recommendation 3 because it will be covered as part of that discussion. I'm quite happy to move that recommendation 3 exists and be dealt with somewhere. Or would you rather see it was withdrawn?
Well, I don't think we've given enough in the body of the.
No, there's not enough information, but in saying that, there needs to be some urgency about that being progressed forward for a decision.
Happy to leave this lie on the table, councillors? Somebody like to so move that this be left to lie? Thank you, Councillor Lambert, and we'll go Councillor Wilson. Those in favour? Against, carried. Recommendation 4, that council approves or declines the increase in the operating expenses budget of $920,000 to recognise council's obligations regarding the grant income already received in various. So this is about, there's a whole lot of money that we have received and there's just going to be a balance of it. I think this should be automatic.
I'm happy to move that.
Councillor Belsham, Councillor Wilson, any discussion? Vote, those in favour? Aye. Those against, carried. Recommendation 5, that the increase in the revenue budget, this is a balancing for the one before. Somebody like to move? Councillor Belsham, Councillor Wilson, thank you. Put it to the vote, those in favour? Aye. Those against, carried. Thank you. 10.6, is that the finance team done and dusted? 10.6, Tiety grandstand strengthening update. Thanks.
To the finance side.
Page 78.
Thank you very much. It's following. Go for it.
Thank you. So this report is about bringing back the cost estimate of the strengthening design that was the steel design. We did a QS report on it and just wanted to share with you what we think the total project cost estimate would be. And also bringing a recommendation around possibly looking at other options to strengthen, maybe to a lower level, or other alternatives of how maybe the cost could be reduced, basically. Happy for any questions.
Councillor Gordon.
Thank you, Your Worship. Adina, given that in the future there may be other options for the site added to the mix, where does that leave the work that we've done so far? Could that work be incorporated, or might it mean that that becomes some stranded work that we don't put into practice?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I don't think so the work that has been done will definitely be able to be included in any future options. It's not lost work or anything like that. So there is a strengthening design that can be done at any stage.
So, supplementary, if I may, what you're really asking, or am I perhaps reading into too much, you're saying that perhaps the particular steel outcome that's been specified so far may not necessarily be the outcome that might be used in a different scenario.
Basically, we are suggesting that we could come back with other options, because at the moment we looked at just the steel strengthening option, and we wanted to come back with a not a very costly exercise. It's more a desktop exercise of what other options are there, talking to the engineers of lessening the cost, or which, and also presenting what that would mean for strengthening percentage and use.
So it gives us some flexibility.
Yeah, okay, we're starting the discussion around a possible recommendation, but somebody would first like to receive, Councillor Wilson, Councillor Gordon, those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? Does somebody want to put on the table the recommendation that staff are looking for to continue to pursue? Councillor Gordon moving, Councillor Duncan seconding. Do you wish to speak to it?
Yes, Your Worship. I think in view of the whole My Happy building space, this will give our staff team enough flexibility to both reduce costs if that's an outcome that we wish to do, and or incorporate the work done thus far with any potential future changes that the community may or has already put into their space. I think you know, our team needs enough wriggle room to get this right. It's actually the getting it right that's the real end goal. It's not how we get it right, you know. And I don't want to dive down the rabbit hole, you know. So I think this recommendation ticks all the boxes.
Okay, so any other speakers to it? Councillor Duncan, Councillor Wilson, Councillor Duncan. As succinctly as possible, please.
Yes, I just have a bit of a problem in 3.8 where it says it's anticipated community funding led by the Taiga Heritage Group Grandstand Subcommittee will fund the difference, because I think that anticipation is actually not being communicated to that group. So I wondered if, in fact, in the recommendation it shouldn't read to the December Council meeting and appraise the Taihape Heritage Group Grandstand Subcommittee of this action, rather than to keep the Taihape Heritage, because the Taihape Heritage Group Grandstand Subcommittee has not been appraised of anything much so far.
Okay, so that's a comms issue that we need to follow through with, I think.
Thank you.
Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, it's a very detailed report, particularly, and thank you for including the actual report from the QS. If you start to flick through this, and I've had a couple of looks through it, there's lots of bits and pieces that can be trimmed out of there. If you really start to have a look at it. So I'm supporting the recommendation, but when you really start to have a look at this, you know, inspect and replace flagpole if required, you know, it's $3,000. So I mean, you're just looking through it in some detail. That's getting operational, but I think you can take it from the recommendation up there that there's some work to be done.
Speaking in support. Is anybody speaking against? Okay, right of reply.
Actually, Your Worship, I just wonder, in light of my comments earlier in the day, should we be communicating some of the stuff in a slightly wider context than just the heritage subgroup? No, we do have a community board up there. Some of the stuff should be going across their desk, but I'll just leave it there. We do need to communicate these sort of things widely.
Okay, I think we can take that as a given. Put it to the vote. Those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? Carried. Thank you. That takes us through to project management stuff. PMO reports, is it? Can we deal with your permission, Adina, can we deal with this as table reports, looking for Mangaweka Bridge replacement? Could I suggest that we take this out of the PMO reports now? We're down to such a minor operational level.
Yeah, under 4.3, we are suggesting that we are including Marton Civic Centre and the Taihape Town Hall as separate updated items instead of.
Yeah, you're right.
And also, if I could just mention, it's just a way of us closing it off in the PMO. So it was requested last time, but we removed it.
Could somebody move the project management reports be received? Thank you, Councillor Lambert, Councillor Rokawa. Those in favour? Aye. Right. Yep, so that's Mangaweka Bridge, nothing else from anybody there? Marton to Bulls wastewater centralisation project, this comes with recommendations for people to be on it. Anything you want to highlight there?
Just wanted to point out that this is for a project update group, so that the updates of this project can spread wide into the community where it's all happening.
Two things from me there is I would be part of that as understanding orders, or the mayor would be, I shouldn't say me. The second one, yeah, whoever is mayor, sorry. The second one is what happens to the existing group that we've had in this sort of space? Where are we at?
I can give you an answer on that. The group that we have, our relationship with them will come to a national end in December this year with the project board. We will write to them and just confirm that that is the case, but that we would make use of the expertise if it's needed somewhere across the lifetime of the project.
Yeah. Okay, councillors, because we haven't got the new councillors involved at this stage, so we'd be agreeing in principle that this would be the format in effect. So would somebody like to move on that basis?
So, I'm sorry, I think it's been an omission to have your name in there, so we could add that recommendation. Sorry, the mayoral name.
Okay, thank you. It might be her wish. No, it can't be her worship. Yeah, I mean, it's covered understanding orders anyway, but, yep. All right, would somebody like to move? I think we've got Councillor Hira and, did I have Councillor Rakawa? No, that was fine. So you're moving recommendation 2, Councillor Hira, seconded by Councillor Lambert. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? Carried. Thank you. That takes us through to Lake Waipu. We've discussed that at length. Is anybody else wanting to go in there?
I'll just quickly, the wetland report, the 2 natural wetlands, how much of an effect is that? I know we've touched on it briefly.
It's a listed risk, it's not actually risking the project.
Yeah, it's just a...
We're considering it and making sure it's managed well.
Okay, yeah. I knew we touched on it.
Next one, the Bulls Bus Lane Town Square. Anything there? No. Happy Amenity Building. The only question I have there from me is, I know we're waiting on steel, etc. Won't go there. So is there any potential, or have we already had damage to the floor?
We have checked that as well, but there's no risk to the floor being damaged. The core of the timber is very dry, and we checked the moisture content. And steel has started to be constructed since Tuesday, which is exciting. So.
It is.
What?
Did you say it's been constructed at the moment?
Yeah. It's being installed.
Oh, installed,
Yeah.
Thank you. Great. Taipi grandstand we've dealt with. Marton Industrial Park Rail Hub, it sort of is what it is, I think. We're still waiting on decision from the Environment Court. Do you wish to speak further to that?
You just summarise it, your wishes.
Marton Water Strategy, anything there? No? Sorry to be pushing you along. The Regional Treatment Plant Consenting Program, is there anything you want to highlight in that space? Okay. Pages 100 and 101, there's a variety there. Is there anything anybody wants to bring up? Councillor Dalgety.
I'm not sure where the appropriate place is to bring this up, but around the Marton Memorial Hall, interesting acoustics the other night. I'm not sure if there's anything we could be doing about that, but My main point is around the chattels in the kitchen. There's nothing left in there, so, Kelly had to go and get your own knives, and so are we allowing for someone to go in and those sort of things would be there? Where do those chattels get covered?
Yeah.
So we are looking at that as part of the funding. If there's potentially some funding left over in there, that we're looking at the chattels.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Carter?
Can we have another project added to this listing, the project list, and that being the rising main and reservoir for bulls, the water pump, as to where it's sitting at the moment? We know we're waiting for designs regarding the pumps, but I feel it should be in this list.
If I may, the rising main is completed, it's done. The only bit that's left over is a small pump station at the back of the reservoir, which is still in design, so it's not a project yet.
So I was wondering, should it be in this list of projects, since it is a major project?
If I may suggest, once it is an actual project, so we've gone out to tender and we have a recommendation on when we'll start building and when we'll finish it. I think definitely, I think the value wouldn't be much. But yeah, we can put it in then. At the moment, my nervousness at the moment is we would report back every month, it's in design, it's in design, it's in design.
If I may, you would know that there is something happening. And if we see something change, we go, wahoo. But just wondering why it's not on that project list, being a major project.
Do you have any problem with just listing it?
In the miscellaneous section.
Yeah, miscellaneous is a good idea.
Yeah. Okay, we'll take that. Thank you.
That's good.
Your Worship, sorry, if I may, and it's on the same subject, miscellaneous, we did have the Scots Ferry pump in there, it's dropped off, we need to get it back on there. The issue, Scots Ferry with the pump, it's been on our things now for over 3 years.
Yeah.
It should be just a little one-liner in that miscellaneous, Arno, I don't want a detailed report.
May I suggest, Your Worship, we also have the Assets and Infrastructure Committee where all of these sit and we can discuss them in quite a bit of detail. The idea really with these ones are the large volume or the large quantum projects that we would have interest in and that we need to keep a close eye on.
Yeah.
The smaller ones potentially is better suited in assets.
Yeah, for sure, but this report comes to assets, and I would suspect that if this was to come to the next assets meeting, it probably wouldn't be on there as a miscellaneous.
The report going to assets is not this one, it's a different one, and it lists all the.
Okay, happy in that space, thank you.
Where are you happy we've dealt with what you need to have dealt with? Okay. 10.8, delegation to the Chief Executive during. Would somebody be happy to move that the report be received? Thank you, Councillor Belsham. I'll second it. Those in favour? No. Those against? Carried. And recommendation 2, that from the day following the electoral officer's declaration until the new council is sworn and the Chief Executive be authorised to make decisions on urgent matters.
I'll move.
Consultation with the Mayor-elect. Happy to move. Councillor Hero is seconding. Those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? Carried. Reports for information. In terms of time, councillors, where there's just information reports to be received, I would prefer that they be received only. Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Moving.
Yeah, certainly looking to move that recommendation as being received for the earthquake-prone legislation.
Thank you.
Detailed
Seconded.
report.
Councillor Carter. Those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? If there's something really urgent that you need to discuss within these, please feel free. But
I'd just like to say thank you for that report because there's some real detailed information that's useful to go out to the community with. So well done.
yeah. Thank you. 11, move to 11.2, the Rangitikei Economic Wellbeing. Would somebody like to move the receipt of this? Councillor Gordon? Councillor Carter? Those in favour? Aye. Those against? Carried. Next one. 11.3, this is the LGNZ Conference 2022. Receipt of the report. This is Councillor Duncan's report, isn't it? Are you happy, Councillor? Are you happy, Councillor Duncan, if we receive it?
Yes.
Would you like to move
Yes, I'd like to move that it's received, thank you.
Seconded.
Not second yet.
Yeah. Okay. Moved and second, those in favour? Those against? Councillor Panapa, would you like to move these receipt of all these minutes? Councillor Ash or Panapa? Just looking around the room for different places, that's all.
A before P.
Put your hand up. Okay.
Just say yes, Kev.
Yeah, you're right. Too late to get in trouble now, Chris.
So you're happy to receive these as a block?
Yeah.
Thank you. So that's Councillor Ash, Councillor Panapa. Recommendations from committees. Taihape Community Board.
I wonder if we, just a very quick update on this one. So the second request, this has come through from the community board as a request, but it's already been forwarded on to staff and a response has gone back. So rather than put it in front of council, we just wanted to let you know what's already happened with that one. Again, we might be able to provide context on the other one.
The public toilet at the cemetery and a hand washing facility at both entrances and a provision of a paved turnaround. So that's also been handed on to staff to look at options. The Ratana Community Board have also asked about water at their cemetery, so that's been investigated at the same time.
Do you want it approved or not?
This is a request to investigate. It's not anything further than that. Councillor Wilson is prepared to move that. And I'm sure that Councillor Hero is prepared to second that.
Yes.
Those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? That brings us to the end because then I need someone to move that we move into public excluded. Councillor Wilson, you prepared to so move?
So move for the reason statements are given in the order paper.
Thank you. Councillor Carter, you're seconding that. So that brings us to the end for those people that have had the courage to stay online with us today. Thank you very much. We'll take a 5-minute recess. Councillors have been gone for another nearly 2 hours. And we'll move to the public excluded order paper.